Well, welcome, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. And I am your host, Elise. And we got a lot. We got a lot to go over from this last week. Oh, hold on, let me get comfortable. It's raining here today. It's stiff. My body is very, very stiff. It hurts. It's shitty weather. It's literally, as you guys can see, from my hotel window. It's my neighbor's yard. It is dreary outside. Oh, there's my fence. But I'm in a hotel, the sewer turtle said. So from my hotel windows, the hotel that's right next to my neighbor's yard and has a fence that looks like this. It's shitty outside. Bottom line, it's shitty. So I'm in a hoodie and bun day. You were at a hotel. You were, right? You were at Hotel Elise, Hotel California. It's so funny to me when they say that because people like actually have been to my house. Actually, I live in a hotel. This is a hotel. This is a hotel, girl. Okay? Because the sewer turtle said so. Said so. Oh, girl, I am jealous because it is not nice here in Massachusetts. It is not. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? This is a hotel. I know I did. But I'm just saying, you've been to Hotel Elise. I mean, must be a real shit show, huh? It magically transformed into a hotel. I mean, hey, first of all, if I live in a hotel, I need to start charging for rooms, I guess. I need to start, I have all these imaginary rooms in this hotel. I need to like rent them out or something. Let's get the income flowing if I live in a hotel that has rooms. I'm just saying. Right? Room service would be great. To be fair, my husband is my room service. He's a good boy. He is my room service. He is my room service. Facts. Yeah, it's raining. It's shitty here today. It's on and off. It's on and off. All right. So, hold on one second, guys. I need to pull up. I had all this ready to go, and now it's not where I want it to be. Of course. Also, where's the ticker? See, StreamYard likes to do this thing where it's obnoxious. Hey, Michael. It's in the morning time. Some of you are still coming in right now. There's people on X. There's some people on YouTube. People are still flowing in at the moment. All right. Let me get to this thing here. Where are we going? All right. Before we jump into this shit show. Oh, it's shitty in New York. Yeah, we're expecting a nor'easter, too, like a rain nor'easter. It's going to be shitty, Brooklyn. Fun fact, though, Brooklyn, my husband's only living grandparent, his grandfather, lives in Brooklyn. So that's a fun fact. I've only been there once, so I couldn't possibly tell you where the hell it is in Brooklyn. But it's in Brooklyn. He's from there. So him and my husband's grandmother, before she died, they lived out there for many, many, many years. And the grandfather stayed, after she died. Yeah, we are getting I'm trying to like, I didn't charge this last night. This was my bad. So now I'm charging my phone. I'm at 11% here. I didn't charge my vape and we're on 23%. So we're not doing too hot, we're not doing too great, but I want to charge everything up and charge up my portable chargers in case we lose power, because we're supposed to get really shitty winds and that can always knock out power. Although I will say that our electric company is very quick, very, very quick with getting power back on if it gets shut off by like, a car hitting the pole or some ridiculous nonsense like that. Fun fact, 1 in 8 Americans have a relative living in Brooklyn. That's funny. Hey, that is a fun fact. All right. Before we get into everything, before we get into the chaos of this week and me debunking some more ridiculous, absurd, nonsensical, delusional bullshit, I want to take one quick minute here. Okay. Right? I've been here too long. Sounds real expensive. For someone who was paycheck to paycheck, I mean, shit. I definitely would be living under the hotel by now if I actually lived in a hotel. So yeah, before we jump into today's delusional debunks, I'm just going to take a second to thank everybody who has been supporting us. We've grown a couple hundred people in the last month or so, and this show runs on untruth. We don't have sponsors. There is no corporate overlord. There's no sewer turtle, over us saying, I gave you all of these, subs, and all these people are giving you money. So you do what I say and you do it now. We have none of those. No networks, no handlers. That's what we're going to call them. They're not, they're handlers. Every single live stream, every document we pull, every story we dig into, every victim you guys hear from is powered by you, the people who actually care about the facts and justice and supporting the channel. We're completely independent, right? No scripted narratives, no bullshit where we feed delusions of mantras over and over until people believe them and then repeat them and then thousands more. That's called brainwashing. No one telling us what we can't say. That means when we go live, it's our community, right? Our community that nobody gets to try to fuck with, right? It's our community versus these lying, corrupt sewer squad assholes, and the people who want to keep preying on victims to hide their own dirt, right? That's something money can't buy. It just is. But you guys' support and donations make it possible that we can do this, right? So if you want to keep helping us do this, if you believe in real truth, real victims that don't lie, please consider supporting the stream. There is, hold on, I got a million things here open. There's a million ways to do it. Every donation today we get, whether it's Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, there's a link pinned to the top of the chat. You can use that for credit or debit. Every time we get one today, we're going to drop what's called a truth bomb. A truth bomb, okay? You guys are the truth fillers. Truth bomb. I will absolutely explain that, Pam. If you give me a couple minutes, I will get into that whole spiel there. But every time we get a donation today, we're going to do one of these. Explosion of truth, right? Because I am just a very small fish in a very large pond, right? And I can't do this work without the help of all of you. I cannot. And so, I'm not even JFK. I think he has like 18,000 subs. But if you sit there and you watch how many donations they read out, or even just super chats, this channel doesn't make that kind of, donations for support. So we depend on all of you to sort of help us out in that aspect. And I told you guys the other day, and I'm going to give you all a warning now, the people who watch JFK. If they're playing music, donate to their Cash App or their Venmo. Do not do it through YouTube. Do not, because you're just wasting your money. You're flushing it down the toilet. You're sending it to them and they're not getting it. They won't get it. Anytime you get a copyright strike that has to do with music, you will not get that money. The creator, like, you play that music, it's a copyright strike. And it goes to the people who, they'll take any money you made in that stream and they will send it to the people who own the copyright to that particular or multiple pieces of music. So you're sending a $50, $20, $10 super chat to them. And that $50, $20, $10, I saw over 30 the other night when they got shut down. All of that money is going to go to the people who own the copyrights to that music. So essentially people are just flushing their money down the toilet. And I don't know why he didn't just shut off super chats if you're going to play music. It's common sense. Like, most people don't know that. And I don't want you guys flushing your money down the toilet. So if you're going to donate, I support other creators. I support any and all creators that aren't going to be lying, right? Send it to them via Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Chime, whatever else they have, Revolut, whatever they have. Don't send it through friggin' YouTube, okay? Because it's going to get flushed down the toilet. The copyright strike is the reason why the channel went down in the middle of that dance party, and people kept saying, oh, it's the trolls. The trolls reported it. The trolls didn't report it. There's no reporting. Nobody reported it. That is what YouTube does. When they pick up that you're playing music that has copyrights, they will immediately shut your stream down until you stop. And it might take a few minutes. And sometimes you can't even restart that stream. You got to restart a whole nother stream, right? So make sure if you're donating to them and they're playing music, do it on their Cash App, do it on their Venmo, do it on their PayPal. Do not do it on YouTube, because it's essentially flushing your money down the drain. I mean, as creators, we can shut off Super chats, I don't know why they don't. The only other way to get that money back once is to trim out every section that has any. So basically, it would have been half of their show they would have to trim out. And I don't think they're going to do that. So if you don't trim out half of that show with any and all music in it, then you don't get any of that money. None of it. So that's just just remember when you're doing it, please send it. Yeah, send it to them via Cash App. I mean, that's always the best way to send it to any creator anyway, Support them by getting a membership to their channel. Definitely do that. But when you're sending money to creators, YouTube takes a very large cut out of it, and creators get paid one time a month. So anything you make between October 1st and October 31st, they will not get until November 21st, between the 21st and the 25th. So it's one time a month, and it's like for the month previous. So your best way to get it to this, especially smaller, bigger creators can, they're fine because they're getting that sort of influx of large checks every month. Smaller creators can't depend on any of that. So send it to them directly to them any way you can. If they have a link, some people have made links, like I made links. I have a link I made for people who asked, because some people don't have these, Chime, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. I made that for the people who are out of the country. PayPal also works for people who are out of country. And on this channel, you can remain anonymous. You do not have to have your name read to donate to the channel, because people don't need to be attacked because they once were free Karen Read or are still free Karen Read and want to support another channel. And the mob wants to be like, why did you support that channel? I mean, it doesn't always happen, but some people will do that to other people. I think it's shitty, but they do, So just know, right? Just know. I don't know. I don't know how that's working, but just know, right? Oh, Pam, I love that. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. Listen, even people who listen, right? Right? I've been real long time, right? Dude. But anybody who even listens, because there's a bunch of you that just listen from home, right? Or listen when you're at work. That counts. That helps, especially smaller creators. If that's in the algorithm or people are watching, and that like button, that one's super important. That like button, make sure you're hit subscribe to the channel. It's free to subscribe to any YouTube channel. Some people are like, well, if I subscribe, it's money. No, it's not. Someone said this to me the other day. I'm like, no, honey, you can subscribe to any YouTube channel you want for free. It's just so that you get the notifications when that person is live. The money part is when you buy like a membership, right? That's the money part. Or you send a super sticker, or you send a super chat. But nonetheless, make sure when people are playing music, you don't flush your money down the tubes, right? Don't flush your money down the tubes. Now, for the remainder of the show, this big one is going to come down. But right below this big one here, there's a very small ticker that runs across the screen at the bottom of the screen where I am. This screen, the one I'm on, the one you see my face on. There's a ticker. And most people completely miss it. They're like, where, Elise? Can you put that on the screen? I'm like, there's one already on the screen, right? It's in purple below this big one. So at any time you'd like to donate to the channel, it's right here. It's also in the description of the video. So if you're watching this later on, you're like, yes, I want to support. You can do so one of those ways. And the Amazon wish list is also on the description of this video. So you can, click open the description. You can just click on the list, which would be great. But I appreciate it, because we don't have anybody that tells us what we can and can't do on this channel. And it is extremely hard for a very small channel to continue running without the support of your audience. So if you're only getting little bits of support, it's hard. It's hard because you got to cover the cost first, right? I also want to show you guys the new merch I made. I think you guys will appreciate this. Okay. It took me freaking all day to make these 3 things. All right. And it takes so long to make some of this shit. But I did make things because I wanted it. And again, when you have merch stores, thank you, Michael. Most people don't make, unless you're making them yourself, you're making like $3, $5, maybe $6 off each sweatshirt. You're talking a cup, you're probably making a buck, You're probably making like $1. So let's see. Okay, hold on. Let me move my coffee sort of. Oh, there's no good place for this. God damn it. You know what? Windowsill. This is why my desk got delivered this morning, and it's outside, and now it's got to be, my husband's got to bring it up, and we're definitely not gonna be able to put it together today. I have laundry to do at the laundromat, and my neighbor's gonna bring me, and so I don't have a car, so it's gonna be a long day. I'm not gonna be able to put the desk together today, but maybe Monday. It's a holiday, the kids don't have school, so maybe tomorrow. I have to rearrange this entire room to do it's a whole shit show. All right, let's see. I want to kind of New Hampshire. Damn, I should have You should have told me when I sent you money to get me a vape. I can't find them anywhere around here. The ones that I normally like, because they don't sell them. That would be so fun. That would be so fun. I mean, I will tell you guys, I possibly might need your help in the beginning of November. Possibly might be heading out to New Jersey to maybe help support the victim out there. And I know Ash said she would go, and it'd be great if I didn't have to take a train and me and her could just drive together. But that requires gas money and food money and all that happy horse shit. But I'll let you guys know when we get closer to that. I will go over the Natalie stuff. I won't forget. Just give me, and Jesse will remember to remind me. There's a couple of things I want to do first, but I promise you, I will explain Natalie's role in all of this for the people who don't know. I did, and that's one of the things that I'm gonna go over right now. As a matter of fact, Holly, is Grant's little rant about my new merch. Now, mind you, I haven't had new merch in probably I don't know, 6 months or more. 6 months or more, probably. And I don't often do, but now I'm like, you know what? I need to grow my channel. I have to, in order to keep this rolling, I have to grow this channel. I have to. There is no choice here, right? I have to. And so I'm like, you know what? We're also going to make some merch. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make merch. We're going to do clips. And I've been doing clips and merch. And it's a lot of editing, and it's a lot of, you have to put the description, you have to make the merch yourself. So you have to do the font, the size, the whole shebang, right? And you got to put it on there, and then you got to write the descriptions, and it's a whole shit show. Okay. It takes forever. So I made, and I'm going to tell you the merch, and then I'm going to tell you about the comment, right? The stupid comment. I don't blame you. Most people don't at this point. The wild conspiracies are getting a little ridiculous. That's a good question. Before I go over the Grant stuff, this is a good question, actually. How would I have handled it? Well, I probably still would have went to the police and said he's trying to I would have waited until the first trial was over. But at that point, I would have went to them and said he's threatening her. What else are you gonna do? There's nothing else you can. Alan Jackson didn't do anything at all. And his words were, well, what are we going to do? The state police aren't going to help us. It's like, well, you should have at least put it on record that it happened. And then, So, yeah, I don't know. There's weird shit. So listen, I'll read to you. I have a screenshot, right? So I was very proud, right? And I'll show you guys. I was extremely proud of the merch. Okay. It took me hours upon hours just to do 3 things. All right. It's not super duper easy. And I will show you guys in a second. Get it on the screen here. I know I'm behind in the comments, so just give me a minute, guys. Okay. So, yeah, the percentages are nowhere near. Okay. So, let's see here. Oops. What did I just click on? Oopsie. You know what? Let's show this one. All right. So I had a couple of these already in here. These top ones, which is Massachusetts is a Twisted Tragedy, the black ones there. But these 3, the cup, the hoodie, the 2 hoodies, right? Well, there's 3 hoodies technically. But those, let me refresh this real quick, though. Okay. These are new. All right. So this comes in a multitude of colors. This one I was especially proud of for a multitude of reasons. It says justice for the silenced, and I made it for, the victims of the sewer squad and any other victim who has felt like their words they're not allowed. They're not allowed to speak. They're not allowed to talk, because if they do, they're just straight attacked, right? They're blackmailed, they're threatened, their families are threatened. And so this one I'm especially proud of, because, again, it gets printed and, this place makes it, they print it, they ship it, right? I don't have to do any of that. So that's why and at the price it's at, I think it's like $4.80 or something per sweatshirt. So it's not a lot, right? But I was like, you know what? Like we have to have some Twisted Tragedies merchandise. Duh. Okay. Duh. And secondly, this one I put all my heart into. On the back, it just says Twisted Tragedies Podcast in cursive, and it comes in, as you guys can see, a multitude of different colors, right? That's the back of it, but it comes in a bunch of different colors, okay? So I was especially proud of this one. Then I have the good old Sipping on Turtle Tears cup. And I don't know why it comes off on the side like that. It's because it's on the front of the mug and the picture is the side of the mug. I went over, so here's the bigger one. So this is what it looks like. It says Sipping on Turtle Tears. All right. That's the thing. Sipping on Turtle Tears. And then I have one that's this one, which is hashtag Truth Squad on the back, and on the front it says Friday Night Fuckery. In again a multitude of colors, and then like I said, on the back it's hashtag Truth Squad. And then one of my favorites. Let me see if I can get that one up here. Hold on. I'd have to show you guys this tab, which is my back end here, because I haven't sold anything yet, so it's not like there's anything for you guys not to see. This one is one of my faves here. Okay. This one says Bederow letters, now available in the fiction section. And it's books, of course. So it's in, again, a multitude of colors. So I made these pieces of merch, right? I think it's 4. Hey, Sunken. So I made these pieces of merch, and I said, I'm very proud, especially like I showed you guys of the pink one. I felt like someone needed to represent them in some way. And so I made these pieces of merch, and I shared the link to the merch store here on X and on YouTube, right? And I'm telling you, it was maybe a half an hour after I posted it. Yeah, maybe. Wait, what? YouTube isn't letting a $2 super chat go through? It's supposed to be a funny public service. And why? Why isn't it not? What is your problem, YouTube? That justice for the silence with the heart is beautiful, looks amazing. You should be proud. Love it, Jason. Thank you very much, Jason. I appreciate that very, very much. I worked really hard on designing that. And I'm very proud of it. So thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. All right. I want to get to you guys' comments, but I also want to tell this, tell you guys what's going on. Yes, hit the like button, Jesse. So Christina said Grant's last stream, I still like him, though. He knows Karen's guilty. Well, that's not the way he's been leaning lately, but Benny said, Holly, I commented on Grant's comment about Lisa Merton. I am waiting for a reply. He seems pretty cocky, so I'm expecting a reply. I mean, it just pisses me off because, like, I'm done with the ridiculous. You get the vapes for $10. I wish. I usually do Geek Bar, and those are usually around like $15, $20 in New Hampshire and Maine, but they're flavored, and some states don't sell flavored, and Massachusetts happens to be one of those. I would have went with you. Should have told me. I would have went with. I love flea markets. I love them. An e-bike. Oh no, that's no good. That is no good. All right. Yeah, I don't talk about all the expenses that we have here. I mean, it's kind of just basic. So he is off the hook. I kid you not. I'm done with. Oh, good, because I'm gonna need you to bring one when you come to the Halloween party. That's a fact. I'll give you that timeline. Yes, at even $1 helps. Yeah. So I didn't even tell you this when I talked to you this morning, because I was like, thank you, Emily. I've been working on some other ones. It just takes so long to like make them, and also you have to pay for them. You have to pay to make them. That's so it's, I'm also limited to what I can afford to pay for and hope that I recoup it, Oh, see, I don't expect you guys to go comment on it. I will read it to the class. Okay. Oh, you like the orange one? See, that's why I made them in a bunch of different colors, because where I might not buy the orange one, someone else might, No, so that's the thing. I didn't replace that until after last night. It had been up there for, I don't know, forever. She's got a Substack now, so I'm sure, she's getting support there. And so I didn't change that pin until after he ran his frigging mouth. Why shouldn't I pin my own merchandise? I didn't even think to pin it until he started running his mouth. And I was like, you know what? It's been that one's been up there since May, June, April. I don't know. It's been up there for a really long time, the last one. And I'm like, well, she's, getting support from her Substack. So, I'm going to pin my merch. It's new. Pin my merchandise. I have a right to pin my own merchandise after having something up there for months and months and months on end, right? Like, so what, baby? Hold on a second, guys. My minion, my little. Shut the door, baby, okay? Thank you, monkey.
I'll let you know.
Thank you. Yeah, he probably won't reply. I'm not expecting him to, but I think it was really shitty, right? Oh yeah, it's a lot for cigarettes. That's why I quit cigarettes, Well, that's the thing. It doesn't fit his narrative. He won't reply, but I'm going to address it because I think not only was it really shitty, but it's fucking delusional at this point. We're talking just insane shit at this point, okay? I just can't get past how, like, when I read it to you guys, you're going to be like, what? What does that even mean? What is that? That has nothing to do with anything, okay? All right, ready? Hold on. I have so many screenshots from, like, screenshotting the merch and showing it to. All right, let's see here. Where is that? Not in that one. It's not this one. It's got to be. Okay, so it's after this. I know it is. Okay. So this was this. He retweeted my tweet of saying, get your new merch now. We have 3 new merch items, including the mug that says sipping on turtle tears, a hoodie that says justice for the silence, and my personal favorite Bederow letters, now found in the fiction section. So he retweets that. I kid you not, you guys, and says, I get twisted. It's time to put up merch and allow Kate Peters' friends to call Lindsay Catani a fake victim in her chat. And then he puts in parentheses, yes, I noticed that change, Elisa. What? But she doesn't have time to talk about Brian Tully leaking Lindsay's phone extraction to help Jen McCabe. If you know, you know. Am I living in fuck? I'm going to show you guys something real quick, okay? I'm going to show you guys. Speaking of the word fake victim, it has been literally blocked, and I kid you not when I say this, blocked as a word on my YouTube. Is there more than one, Riley?
Yep.
Okay, you can have one. Go ahead.
And I made one for you too.
Oh, thank you. When she walked out of the door, she said, okay, love you. Get lots of likes. Bye. And I was muted, so you guys didn't hear it. But oh my God, that was the cutest thing ever. Why is, okay, here we go. All right, I'm going to show you guys just because, like, shits and giggles here. Shits and giggles. This is really aggravating to me. So hold on. Let me get community settings. Here we go. Settings. All right. Share screen here. Let me show you guys here. This is what fucking pisses me off more than anything. Like, first of all, don't accuse me of some ridiculous, vast fucking conspiracy that you want to talk about that has nothing to do with me and I have no fucking part in, okay? Of your ridiculous conspiracies. But definitely do not fucking sit there and tell me that I magically all of a sudden are allowing people to call her names, even though I've defended her at any fucking point ever. Like that. I mean, sorry, what? Like that's, where the fuck is it? Oh, here we go. Advanced settings, right? Yes. No. Basic? Give me a second, guys, because I always forget where it is. Is it in general? No. Community moderate. Oh, yeah. This is it. Okay. These are my blocked words. Okay. These have been here for, I don't know, fucking over a year. Closet baby being the first blocked word. Fake victim being the second blocked word. McAlbert's being the third blocked word. don't know why it says McDonald's. That one was probably just a typo. We're gonna take that McDonald's off. I don't know why that's there. Plevin and Twisted Trash. But those are blocked words that have been blocked, okay, off of my channel for like ever. Forever. For literal ever. So if it sneaks through on YouTube's end, that's because it was like spelt wrong or like there was too many spaces. Like I cannot, YouTube's not fucking perfect. But no, there is no change, right? There is no change in anything. And to sit there and say, but she doesn't have time to talk about Brian Tully leaking Lindsay's phone extraction to help Jen McCabe. Grant, that's all you talk about 24/7. You talk about it enough for fucking 27 people. Okay? You do not have the right to gaslight me or control what I talk about on my fucking show or how often I talk about it. That's why you have your own show. Do it on your own. Okay? I've done nothing but defend Lindsay. You need to stay in your fucking lane. Get me out of your ridiculous, absurd conspiracies. I haven't talked to Kate in over a year. So, because Grant's been telling people for, I don't even know, well over a year and some change now that both me and my friend Julie Ginto we work for Kate Peters. I'd like to know where that money is because I don't fucking work for anybody but myself and my children and my family. So no, I don't work for Kate Peter, but this is what he tells people privately. It's like, we have gotten so far into the fucking delusional, nonsensical bullshit. I try so hard not to say anything and just ignore that kind of shit. But that was a step too far for me. That was a step too far. Implying that I am letting people use a word that I have blocked for a damn good reason. The only person who is a fake victim in all of this is the sewer turtle himself. Let's just make that abundantly clear, as I have a million times over. That really fucking pissed me off. And then I said, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm blocking him. I'm fucking done. He's had every ample opportunity to not be a fucking douchebag. I'm done. I'm done with the ridiculous, nonsensical, adding everyone on planet Earth, if you don't agree with him on one single thing, into a conspiracy. No, she is totally not kidding. A Massachusetts pack of cigarettes is like $15, 14, 15. It might have even gone up since I stopped smoking last year. But I don't know what, like, that's my problem, right? Is the amount of gaslighting he does. Also the amount of lying. Okay. Listen, I would love to live at my home with my mom and drive my mother's second vehicle. That would be great. I would love to do that. Now, there's no problem with him doing that. But then don't tell people that you have all these living expenses that you don't have, dude. Don't do that. Like, don't do that. Don't fucking do that. His tuition is paid for by his parents. I mean, it's unfortunate. Like, I don't know if it was the post before that set him off, where I put a post out on X, because again, I'm a small channel. I'm hanging on by a thread here. I don't have an extra backup income like he does. This is my income, right? So I put a post out, I think it was like before the last one about the merch. It was like the night before. That was basically like, if you'd like to support an independent channel, these are the ways you can do it. It was sort of my plea of like, if you'd like to support me, I really need the help right now. I would be glad, to have it. And so it was either that or the merch. And all of a sudden he's talking about nonsensical conspiracies. So my response to that was, too bad the word fake victim is blocked from my channel and has been, Grant, for well over a year. You need serious mental health help and you should get it. You do not get to control what people talk about, Grant. And why would anybody else need to talk about it when you say it 7,000 times a day? Get a grip. Your absurd nonsense attacks on people and you adding everyone into your conspiracy theories when they don't do exactly what you think they should do is old. It's also some weird controlling behavior. That's called coercive control. You do not get to tell people, $40 a carton, I wish. You do not get to control who talks about what and when. That's not a thing, okay? It's not a fucking thing. It's just not. Nobody understands it. It's nonsense. That's why. It's nonsense. I just can't. Not only do we remove it if it was there, but anytime I've ever seen it, I always correct and say that Aiden. Like, that word has been blocked in my channel for I don't even know how long. So no, I'm so tired of the ridiculous conspiracy theories that people he adds everyone into if you don't agree with him on one tiny little thing, or you don't do what he thinks you should do, then all of a sudden you are now part of that conspiracy. Like, no. That's not how this shit works. That's fucking delusional. That's nonsense, right? Maybe smoke less medicine. I don't know. I mean, yes, technically weed is a medicine to some people. Don't mislead people and tell them you need to pay for your medicine when you're paying for weed, dude. Come on. Come on. Really. It's ridiculous. I don't get it. To me, I usually just ignore it, but it's like, come on, man. Come on. I don't come at you sideways. Don't come at me fucking sideways. There's no need. There's no need. I am not going to sit on my channel and talk about Lieutenant Tully and Lindsay 75 times a day. I'm not doing that. I'm not. Saying her name a million times a day just creates more trouble for her. It puts more spotlight on her. There is no need. There's no fucking need. Never mind the fact that, like, where are the receipts? Where's the receipts? Like, he keeps saying, like, it was done for this reason or that reason. Yeah, it's fucking shady. They released her full phone extraction. Something clearly went wrong there. Very clearly. I've never seen that happen ever. That is fucked up. It should have never happened. That was her privacy, and it was fucking violated a million times over, and she absolutely should sue and hold people accountable. 100%. I don't disagree with that at all. But if you're going to sit there and say, add 75 extra people into this conspiracy, then you need to have receipts for that. You can't just say it and then say, oh, well, that's what happened. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, really. You know, like, I'm all for telling the truth, which is what we all know. It's already been said in public. It's on public record that Lieutenant Tully gave them the full phone extraction. We know this. That's not debatable. It's a fact. Okay. You don't need a receipt. It's out in public. They've admitted this in court. That is a fact. But then you add anybody who doesn't agree with you on anything as, oh, you're Kay Peters doing a psyop, and it's absurd. It's absurd. Do I look like I do fucking psyops, dude? Come on. I don't have time for that shit. Ain't nobody got time for psyops. Like, the hell? You know, it's funny that people want to talk about that, right? He did not, let me be very abundantly clear here. He didn't go over there because she was pregnant. He didn't go over there because of the fucking subpoena. He went over there because he wanted to know what Lindsay said to Kate. That's why he went over there. He spent hours upon hours upon hours not talking about the subpoena, not asking about the subpoena, not talking about the pregnancy, but demanding that she go get him paper and a pen so he could write down everything she said to Kate and everything Kate said back, and dates and times. About that was the thing he cared about. So it's like, I just can't. I can't. That's all he can talk about is her. He's got no content whatsoever but to disparage her. And it's like, you want to sit there and disparage her looks, like, bro, again, and I shall repeat, his face looks like a giant wrinkled ball sack. Okay? That's what it looks like. So why he has anything to say about anybody else's looks is amazing to me. But all of these women that you dated, you didn't have a problem with the way they looked when you were dating them now, did you? Again, it's like a kindergartner that's like, someone's like, will you be my girlfriend? And they're like, no. You know, kindergarten's very blunt, like, no. And the little boy's like, well, I don't like you anyway. You're ugly and you smell. That's what he's doing. I don't like you anyway. I'm taking my ball and I'm going back to my side of the fence. Like, what? I appreciate that, Donna. I mean, a lot of you know what I do when the stream is off. And so, and other people don't. It is what it is. We do take care of it. That's what pisses me off, is not only do I take care of it, but my mods are very good at taking care of anything that comes up that's nasty towards anyone, even anybody in chat. You know, he doesn't have a show anymore. He has, yelling and screaming at people. That's what he has. No, we don't. We don't. We just simply don't. And so it's like, don't sit there and accuse me of something that I specifically don't allow to happen. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, you're that mad about me making 3 pieces of merch? I'm sorry. Since when do you run my show? Since when do you pay my bills? Do you fucking suck me, fuck me, and finance me? No. My husband does that. You don't get to tell me shit. And even ask him how that works out, trying to tell me what I can and can't do. Whew. My husband doesn't even try that. I would dare someone else to. Come on, man. Let's get real. Let's get fucking real. He does need help. And I don't take mental health lightly, but at this point, we've been in the land of delusion for a very long time with him. You know? Oh, keep that shit on your fucking stream. You want to say her name 75,000 times so that's what comes up in a Google search? You fucking do that, but I'm not going to do that to her. I don't feel like that's right. Just saying. Maybe talk about something else except that every single day, all day, because in my opinion, she can tell her story herself. She doesn't need 75 people to do it for her. And she certainly doesn't need 75 people to be screaming her name every 5 minutes. That's obsessively crazy. That's insane. That is insane. Well, that's the thing. Stay in your lane and fucking tap the gas, bro. You're about to crash. Literally about to fucking crash. It's literally like looking at a train crash. You know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn. Yes, Anna. Yes, my darling. Yes, that's exactly. Yes. I don't even know how anybody looks at that screen. I can't. It's too busy for me. Hey, Lovey. Ugh, I can't. And is working on getting a new audience and attacking. It was stupid. Like, you're attacking merchandise that A, I took all day to make, and B, for what reason? Is it a petty jealousy issue? Like, what is it? What is it? You know? I mean, maybe he does need to lay off the weed. I mean, smokes more than anybody I've ever met in my entire life, you know? But that's what I'm saying. That right there, exactly that. So you can't even ask a question about what he's talking about. It will get ignored or you'll get accused of working with Kate. That's not normal behavior. If you even question one single thing, you work for Kate and it's a psyop and you're running some sort of this is not the fucking Bourne identity, okay? He's not Jason Bourne. He's not going to uncover some grand fucking government conspiracy, all right? This is everyday life. Not everybody who has a question or doesn't agree with you is some psyop that worked for someone else. I mean, that's nonsense. Absolute freaking nonsense, right? Listen, let's talk about like living expenses. Like living expenses, bro. He has no idea what living expenses are. Try paying over fucking $2,000 in rent. Try paying electric and gas and food and then clothes for your children. And on top of that, make sure that you pay for Ubers and Lyfts because you don't have a car, not just gas because you drive your mother's car and she pays the insurance, but you don't have one. So you have to pay Uber, you have to pay Lyft, you have gas, electric, rent, food, right? Then I have to buy all the basic things, which add the hell up. Toilet paper, paper towels, laundry detergent, cleaning supplies. The list goes on and on. Though that right there is drowning expenses. Me and my husband are drowning in expenses. That's what drowning expenses looks like. Like fuck. Yeah, it is. Thanks for asking though. I file as a sole proprietorship. Not that it's anybody's business, but yes, I file with the IRS. You think the money through YouTube, they don't give me tax forms? You think they just go, what? Like, what? What kind of dumbass question is that? I think you didn't like someone asked you a question about him and you said it was kind of crazy and you weren't going there with him. I wasn't. I'm just not. I'm done with it. I'm so done with it. $25 in Canada? Shut the fuck up. That's crazy. I can't. I wish. He doesn't want anybody to be. It's not just me. He doesn't want anybody. No one. No one at all. Not a single person. No one but him. It's not normal. That's just not normal. Yeah, I mean, my sister has epilepsy. My nephew has refractory epilepsy, which means he's med resistant. So they can't do a lot of the flashing stuff on the screen. I have vision issues. Come on, dude. If you're gonna troll harder, better. Troll better than that. Like troll fucking better than that. It's funny because I do other people's taxes, so I know which people, at least from experience and personal messages, who files tax and who doesn't. I file as a sole proprietorship. Can write your expenses off, obviously. You write your business expenses off, obviously. So yes, I file taxes like a normal fucking human. Isn't that amazing? Bye now. Like, if you're gonna troll, dude, be better at trolling. Like, be better at trolling than coming here and two of you asking the same dumbass question. I have to have my medicine and I have plenty of it to smoke it. Well, that's the thing. If you get like a medical marijuana card here, it's weird. It's weird. You only can get a certain amount like in the dispensary before you're at like a limit, and then you'd have to buy it on the recreational side. So, it's tax-free, whatever, on the medical side. But if you hit that limit, you then have to pay for it on the recreational end, which is so strange to me, which is cool. My husband smokes. I don't smoke weed. I never have been somebody who could. It's like a paranoid mess, I will not forget. I will not forget, believe me. What's the question? Well, if you don't want to get timed out, then just don't be rude. It's really that simple. Don't ask questions that are none of your fucking business, and don't troll, and you won't get timed out. Yeah, I'd be paranoid. There's no way. I haven't smoked since I was like 19. There's no chance. I'd be like hiding in the closet or something. Yeah, I know they are. Yeah, right. Tell us you exactly. Do you pay your fucking taxes? I file as a sole proprietorship because I run a business. This is a business. I do my sister's taxes. I do my mother's taxes. I do friends of mine's taxes because a lot of people can't afford to pay $1,000 or $500 or $300 for taxes. That $300 is a difference between them being able to register and insure a car when they get their taxes or not. So, I've been doing people's taxes for years. 4 years. My sister does, she makes like cups. You guys have seen the cups she made me. She has like a business doing that. And so I showed her how to file as a sole proprietorship, because it's only her. She has no employees. So she is a sole proprietor. Therefore, you can file and write off your business expenses, like the vinyl she buys and the cups, like all them, you know what I mean? She can write all of that stuff off. The gas it takes for her to get to these events and back to sell, like things. What? $36? That's crazy, Holly. Right? Right? First of all, most of the time nowadays, the tips people get are actually automatically already counted in as taxes, and they take it out of the tips, and then that way your regular, so it's, you know, that's half the problem, Melissa. That's half the problem. And I'll tell you, I've had a lot of really good conversations with people. Some free care and read people over the last 3 weeks. Hold on a second. Sorry, my little just keeps bursting in because dad went outside. It had nothing to do with it. So it's like, why is that even a question? You know what I mean? Why? No, you don't have to be shy, Melissa. We know you. We know you, my friend. We know you. We know you. No, see, there's a big difference between somebody demanding that you make time to talk about this, this, and this, and people lying flat out. See, that's my problem. There's a very large difference between Grant saying, "You don't have time to talk about Brian Tully, using Lindsay's cell phone extraction, leaking her extraction to help Jen McCabe." Like, there's a big difference between him basically demanding I make time or disparaging me for not talking about something that he talks about literally every moment of every day, and people flat out lying to their audiences to cover their own dirt. There's a giant difference. It's not about disparaging people who say what we don't like on theirs. It's about them lying flat out, because at that point, you're lying to your audience. These are people who support your channel and support you as a person. You should have the bare minimum respect to them to not lie to their fucking faces. You know? Like, come on. It's exactly the problem. It's exactly the problem. So You guys know I'm friends with Sean, but Sean's got another whole story he's like been working on for a while now. That's pretty big. But I mean, there's a lot of shit going on. All right, a lot of shit going on. Behind closed doors, a lot of shit going on right in your face. There's a lot of shit going on in general, and I think there's a lot of court dates happening in November. There's a lot, right? So it's standard to think some shit may be going down in November, you know? Yeah, Carol, I did too for an extremely long period of time. But at what point does he take responsibility, right? For doing what he does and adding everyone and their mother into some vast conspiracy they're not a part of. It's irresponsible and it's not okay. And I don't add him into fucking wild conspiracy theories that have not, you know what I mean? Like you can only give so much grace and feel so bad for someone before it comes to the level of that they're hurting other people. They're harming people with nonsense. That's Aiden does it on purpose. Grant also knows right from wrong, right? He knows right from fucking wrong. He knows what he should be doing and what he shouldn't be doing. He knows just throwing people's names into some giant conspiracy they're not a part of is wrong. you know? Words do matter, Donna. You're right. And yes, you can't help it. It makes no sense. You can't take them back. You absolutely cannot. You know? He was my friend. He completely ran things to the ground. He turned his back on me. I don't feel sorry for him any longer. He's selfish. Well, that's exactly why I don't have a relationship with him anymore. It's a lot of selfishness going on around here, Right. Exactly, Holly. Exactly. Right? Like, damn. That huge yard, my huge yard does make up for it. That huge yard, I'm hoping to have that Halloween party in next weekend. Still haven't gotten all the things I need, though, so fingers crossed. I love Halloween. It's my favorite holiday. I still haven't even got my own costume yet. Dude, costumes are so expensive. So expensive. He lost a lot of really good friends. Let's just be that abundantly clear. And it's absurd. Lydia's right. Or, sorry, Linda. Sorry. My bad, Linda. Sorry. Well, that's the thing. You have to be an adult. Like, you have to be an adult. You have to. I don't smoke weed because I would be a paranoid mess. That's, I can't. No problem. No problem. No, I know, right? Imagine us living in Maine. That would be great. That would be great. I told you in Australia, weed is illegal. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. I always forget. Some of you are over the pond and it's still illegal, Yeah, I can't do it. Since high school, I can't. I'd be like a paranoid mess, I can't. 3 ounces is your limit anywhere. Yeah, see, I knew there's like a certain limit. My husband's never hit that limit, but I know people who have in their medical hit the limit. So then they have to buy it on the recreational side. Because I remember going with a friend and her getting in the rec line. And I'm like, why are we getting in the recreational line? You have a medical marijuana card. Because I had been there with her before on the medical side. And she's like, because I hit the limit already. I already hit the limit. So now I have to buy it on the recreational side with the taxes. I don't know. It is what it is. Yeah, there's lots of weed stores everywhere. I know there's a bunch. Hey, Wallflower. Oh, you're an accountant? Yeah, I always do sole proprietorship just because, like, I don't have an LLC, and B, I don't have any employees. I think it's you can have up to, 3 employees as a sole proprietorship? Is it 3? I can't remember. But the people who I help don't have any. It's just them, just like it's me. Hey, girl. Hey. But that's what I file as a sole proprietorship, You know what you tell them? Disorder is complete. I need another order. That's what I do. Yeah, I mean, some people don't doubt. Some people don't. Wallflower, my friend, you know that. That's for sure. Hold on a second, guys. My husband got this for my daughter, and I when I tell you guys she is a Stitch fanatic, I kid you not, she absolutely loves Lilo and Stitch, but Stitch specifically. Look at the sweater my husband found at Walmart. I can't. It is freaking adorable. Here, babe. Oh, it's adorable. I literally cannot. All right. Yeah, weather updates. Hey, Karen. My girl. Okay. I'm going to explain the Natalie stuff for those of you who don't know. And then I'm going to go over some of the other delusional shit I heard last night and correct it. One order, cash out and start another order. Don't ever do recreational. It's all expensive in mass anyway. You only pay $60 an ounce in Maine. Interesting. See, and I get the best seat. I don't drive. I don't have a car. Otherwise, I think my husband would probably go a little further to get it better and cheaper, I know it's that text to talk, Smoking sativa. I don't know. Somebody else said that to me too, but again, I haven't smoked since I was like 19. I haven't smoked weed since I was literally like 19 years old. It's not my thing. It's just not my thing. I hate the weather today. It's horrible. It's horrible. You see, it's all drowsy and cold and rainy and boo. Wait, I think I have something. I think I have a boo noise for that. Hold on. We have new noises, and I know we have. Here we go. You guys can hear my noises, right? You guys can hear those? Because, of course, they're coming off on my end, but I need to know that you guys can also hear the sound effects. All right. Wait, what? They're in all white uniforms today? I got my Patriots jersey, my sweatshirt on here because, A, it's cold, and I haven't turned the heat on yet. All right, let me try to get down to the bottom of these because, yeah, I'm like way behind in these comments. I appreciate it. Definitely hit the like button. All right, let's see. I have two options. I'm going to be a girl firefighter. Or I want to be Poison Ivy, but I haven't bought I have to buy that costume. They're expensive. They're like $50, and they're both on my Amazon wish list, and they keep going up in price. And I'm like, no, go down in price. Don't go down. Don't go freaking up. Go down. Go down a little. You know what I'm saying? Go down. Panic attacks. Yeah, see, that's me. I did not. Days ago? I did days ago. That's the last time when there was all the screaming and the yelling and yeah, I watched that one. I did, Yeah, I have to say it 55 times a day. I'm not doing all that. That's crazy talk. That is fucking crazy talk. Yeah, that's not only so. I didn't see that. I heard about it, but it's very like her family is out there. Okay, it doesn't matter who it was. It doesn't matter. It's none of like who does that. That's not a choice. Like that's not even close to a choice. Oh, it was on Spaces. No, you're talking about TV's rant, right? Not the glare going to JFK, right? Because that wasn't on Spaces. That was on YouTube. Oh, there's no limit, New Jersey. See, things I didn't know for 700. That's awesome. Oh my God! Imagine things depend on how you register your business. At least in New Jersey, yeah. Here in Massachusetts, I think it's up to 3. I think you can have it as a sole proprietorship. Don't quote me on that. I have no idea because I'm just myself, so I don't have to worry about. I don't have any employees. I wish I could have employees. One day, maybe. Yeah, I've been doing the vape thing. I haven't smoked a cigarette in over a year. Stitch does rule 100%. 100%. Yeah, I haven't smoked. I know I need to go to Dollar Tree for some of the Halloween stuff that's not completely sold out for my Halloween party. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, maybe they have some Stitch stuff over there too. Maybe we'll see. Yes. I'm gonna do that. I promise. I promise. I just had like a whole idea in my head here about like the things that we were gonna go over. And yes, it's Sunday, so I totally go with the flow of what you guys wanna. Ooh, I would love. Oh, that sounds so comfortable. See, for my feet, especially because I have arthritis everywhere, I love something with a memory foam in it, and I need new slippers so badly. But I will go over it. You guys gotta give me a minute. It snowed. Oh no, I can't do snow. I hate snow. I don't do snow. Nope. Can't do it. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to get down to the bottom of these goddamn comments here. You can hide in the bushes? Okay. Yeah, there were several rants. There were several. Okay. All right. We're down to the bottom. Now let me check real quick. I haven't checked to see if anybody donated. I just want to get that out of the way. If you want to support what we have going here, I could use the help. I'm a small channel. We are independent. We have nobody, breathing down our necks, telling us what we should or shouldn't, talk about here. Nobody trying to make us lie for them. You're hearing it, from the horse's mouth. You're never going to have somebody behind me telling me what I can and can't talk about. It's just not a thing. Okay. So I have a $10 donation here. And it says, so it's just a little bit of dough, but I want to hear a truth. Thank you for what you do, and be careful out there. I'm not going to read the person's name because you never know if somebody, this is their real name. And I never want to have someone's real name just thrown out there unless they're okay with it. And people's names I haven't seen before, I don't tend to just read out there unless they're okay with it. Sometimes they'll say, oh, that one was me. And that's okay. But thank you. Thank you very much for that $10 donation. And that was what we call a truth bomb, right? So we're going to have a bomb go off for that, right? Explosion. And then I think I see one more. So hold on. I think. Please hold while the next subscriber you are trying to reach is located. Oh, the QR code. Yeah. God damn it. I'm going to be forgetting this shit today. There it is. Okay, so we have one $25 one from my friend SD. Thank you, SD. And we drop a truth bomb for SD, y'all, because she was treated horribly by people, and it really makes me fucking sick. Thank you, SD. We appreciate you, my friend. Thank you very, very much. All right. I don't see any other ones. Again, I will get to more if any come in, so don't you worry. All right, so we start at Natalie, I guess, and then I'll work my way back to the stuff that I was already going to talk about. What the hell is going on here? All right. Thank you, Jesse. So, I know I don't blame you for giving up. Okay, yeah, I'm going to get to that. So some of that stuff, Heartstar. So, all right. So Natalie came in the very beginning of all of this. In the very beginning. And she was someone Karen went to college with. Okay. And when Natalie had seen it on the news, I think she reached out to Karen and was like, thought it was weird. Right. And so she reached out to Karen and basically was like, hey, I'm here for you. Whatever. So they became friends, like closer friends. They weren't really, they went to college together, but they weren't, like close when they were in college. But no, she's not still friends with Karen, Natalie. So basically, Natalie was Karen's like go-to person, right? Like they talked every day, even just about regular basic stuff, life and furniture and what you're going to do today, whatever, basic shit, But Natalie also was the intermediary. So at some point during all of this, I forget what news stations were like putting it out, but there were news stations putting it out and people were commenting on Facebook. And at one point, Natalie kept seeing Jen Altman's support for Karen on Facebook. And so she reached out, asked Karen, like, hey, I keep seeing this girl that is like showing support for you, and I keep seeing it all the time. Is it okay if I reach out and say, like, hey, Karen appreciates it? Like, is that all right? And Karen said, yeah, like, of course. So Natalie reached out to Jen and said, hey, we appreciate the support. Karen wants to say that she appreciated you, right? And then I believe Jen told Natalie, like, hey, I'm friends with Turtleboy, right? And I think maybe he can help get this story out. And so that sort of started the relationship between Natalie being the intermediary between Aiden and Karen, right? So Karen would write a message to Natalie. Natalie would copy and paste it and send it to Aiden. And so for a while, Natalie and John, I forget his last, Sylvia, it's one of the two, were like the intermediaries between Aiden and Karen, until at some point Natalie called her, right? She was really anxious, I guess, about people who were coming to Aiden about like documentaries or whatever. And she felt like Aiden was just going to jump with the first place and it was probably not going to be a good place. And like, I guess she didn't want it to be like a half-assed, shitty, C-class documentary or whatever. And so the company that had reached out to Aiden, Natalie was like, listen, I'll look into it. She lives in California. She knows people in the entertainment industry. So she reached out to find out if this is a good company or a bad company, and found out it was a decent company. And so she wanted to like put her friend's mind at ease. And so again, Natalie lives on the West Coast and we live on the East Coast. So it's hard, even for me, with some of you guys who are from over the pond, to remember that there's such a huge time difference, So when I'm sending a message in my brain, I'm not even thinking like, oh shit, it's probably 2 a.m. there, or you know what I mean? Or if I'm replying to a message that they sent, I'm not even thinking, I'm like, oh crap, like, there's a huge time difference. So Natalie called her and texted her and just wanted to sort of put her friend's mind at ease. Like, hey, this is what's going on. Don't worry. I looked into it and it's not a shitty place. It's a decent company, whatever. Well, Karen got mad because it was like 11. Because what happened was Natalie sent a first message and then a second and then a third in text message, right? Karen got pissed at that. She got really mad and was mad because it was late and Natalie was texting her, and I don't know if it woke her up or whatever, but she was pissed off about it and then like wouldn't talk to Natalie. Basically was like, I don't want to talk to you right now, whatever, right? Whatever. And so literally, Natalie reached out to Aiden and was like, hey, Karen's mad at me. Now that you guys talk like on your own, do you think you could talk to her for me? I didn't mean any harm by it. I was just trying to like, tell her I looked into it. I completely didn't think about the time difference, whatever. And Aiden basically told her like, no, I'm not going to do that. Fuck off. Nope. Can't help you. Not getting involved. Fuck off. Like what? Like what? What a fucking asshole. She connected you two, right? And you can't even try to smooth things over between friends. Like that's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. Right? That is fucking weird to me. I can't. Like that's insane. It pisses me off because yes. So at that point, Aiden's like, I'm not getting involved. I'm not helping you. Girl, you don't got to tell me about fingers in the goddamn morning. My hands are so like all day. They're so, because of the arthritis and fibromyalgia. Like I make typos all the time and I don't even care. I just hit send. I'm like, this isn't going to my college professor. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. So at that point, like Natalie and Karen were sort of in the outs, right? And so nobody would talk to Karen for Natalie. But then some shit started to happen and some shit started to not, stuff that was coming out wasn't adding up with what Karen told Natalie. So Natalie decided, like, wait a second, there's something weird going on here. This thing isn't adding up with what I was already told. So at that point, I don't remember if she contacted the PD or the PD contacted her. Cops flew out there, did an interview with her, so on and so forth, right? So that's sort of the timeline of how Natalie went from being Karen's friend to basically being a witness, right? And in the meantime, Natalie like paid for like a bunch of bracelets to be made and like all these things that she was helping Karen with before. Karen got all mad because she called her late at night. I don't know. That's the part that never really made sense to me, is why you get so mad. Like I get it. It's nighttime. There's a time difference. She might have woke you up. I put my phone on silent at night. And I have it set so that if somebody calls me more than once, then it'll break through, because medical emergencies, people who know, like call me more than once, it'll break through and it'll ring. But other than that, it's on silent so I can sleep and not get woken up, because if I didn't put my phone on silent at night, it would just keep going off all night, all day. So, yeah, so she heard about him through Jen Altman and Natalie. That's how That's how Karen heard about them. Yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened. Which one? Which one? There was like a couple different documentary. But that's sort of the timeline of how Natalie comes into all of this, right? That's just how it happens. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Put it on Do Not Disturb. I don't know. I put mine on D&D. I don't know. You know, I'm not. I don't know. So the hate is brutal. It's extremely brutal. You know. Yes, it's that word. I'm talking about Natalie. So that's sort of like where Natalie came into all of that. If you didn't know. So when the cops flew out there, they taped the interview with Natalie. She told them basically whatever she knew, and gave them whatever was in her phone. And that was that, right? So that was that. I mean, there's not really much more involvement with Natalie after that. Yeah, I mean, all she had to do was put her phone. I put up my phone on D&D. I mean, some people don't. For the longest, before D&D like actually existed, I wouldn't put mine on D&D just because, like, if my kid was with a friend or sleeping over my mother's house or something like that, because of all of her very excessive medical, I was too afraid that something was going to happen and I wasn't going to hear the phone and like something would happen to her and I wouldn't know. So I would not put my phone on D&D. But again, so there are, various personal reasons why people don't do it. But nonetheless, I can't see getting so angry about that, like, okay. Oh yeah, I saw that one. A lot of us, I think, I was wondering if there was like some new one out. No, I saw that one. So there are people from both sides, Linda. There are people from both sides here. That's the beauty of my channel, is that people don't have to be attacked for their opinion or, thrown under a bus or had their personal lives sort of thrown into oblivion just by simply having a different opinion. Because recently I actually have quite a few of you that are sort of from the free Karen Reed side, which is totally fine. That's totally okay. But we just don't allow the calling people names and trolling people. And I can't remember if Natalie went to the police or the police went to her. I can't remember. I can't remember. I can't. Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah. Most people here find it actually pretty comfortable. There are people here who have watched the entire trial with me who, think Karen's innocent and I thought she was guilty. So, people are pretty comfy here in this community because, well, we don't let people just personally attack people. There, everybody has different opinions. I understand it. My opinion might not align with yours, but I don't believe in this sort of hate that, Aiden created around it, right? Like no, so there is a fake one out there of me. I don't know if they create. I don't know. That's a good question, Melissa. There is a fake one out there of me, though. There's somebody who pretends to be me. So I had put a thing out on a Twitter out saying basically like, hey, there is a fake one out there, guys. Make sure that you're following the right one, because I saw that was a couple of people were following the wrong one, the one who's the fake one of me. And you can tell the difference by the @ when you look someone up on Twitter, you don't want to look them up by like their top name. You want to look them up by their little @. And so mine is always @TwistedTragedy3. Anything else that has an @ that says something else is not me. And there is one out there that puts its top name as my name with my icons, whatever icons I'm using at that time. And then their bottom @ is different. So just definitely keep an eye out, Definitely keep an eye out for the fake accounts. That's for sure. But that's a good question, Carol. I can't remember which way it went. I believe that Natalie went to them, but I'm not, don't quote me on that. I forget. I forget how it went. Yeah, I mean, everybody can have their opinion as long as we're respectful and kind to one another. Aiden created a lot of hate and anger and vitriol. And I think because that's what he was and showed people, they thought, well, if I do that too, they'll accept me. It'll be okay. I'll be part of this community. If I just attack all the antis and I attack all the people Aiden says are bad, right? Then, they'll give me a pat on the back. They'll give me a good old attaboy. That's not normal behavior. That's not normal behavior by any stretch of the imagination. It's just not. It's really, really not, right? And I'm trying to slice through some of that at this point, right? It's become to the point where we have people attacking other people simply to gain some clout with him, to try to get closer to his inner circle. There are people that will lie for him because they're afraid if they don't, he's going to attack them because of what they know. We're at a very serious turn point here, okay? Where Aiden has created a lot of this anger and hate, but at the same time, he's screaming, yelling at people. He's sort of shunning people he's been, acquaintances or friends with online for years and treating them like shit. And so you can't help someone that won't help themselves. And Aiden can't get out of his own fucking way. He never has been able to. The problem with it is that the shit that he's doing behind the scenes is no bueno, right? You cannot blackmail and threaten people. You cannot call them and scream at them and tell them they're going to do X, Y, and Z because you said so. That's delusional shit. You don't get to tell people what they can and can't do. And you certainly don't get to call them and scream and yell and say, if you don't do this, this, and this, then I'm going to destroy your life. That's not normal by any stretch of the imagination. But this is how he gets people to fall in line. This is how he gets people to lie. When it comes to the creators that lie for him, and again, I'm going to go back. That's my opinion, and I'm going to call them the same thing that I keep calling them, which is the sewer squad. They do it because of the money. It's the money. It's the money. It's the amount of super chats. It's the amount of super stickers. It's the amount of memberships for the channels. It's the amount of all of this, all of it, the whole shebang. The amount of money that they're making because his viewers were told that they're good to watch. So his viewers went there as well. And they support those people. So if those people come out against Aiden and say, he's no good, he's doing really shitty things behind closed doors, or they knew about something and they lied to an audience about it, those people are going to abandon ship. They're not going to support someone who's been lying right to their face. I wouldn't either. So instead, they keep their mouth shut and they lie for Aiden, because if they don't, he's going to out them. They're going to lose a whole ton of money. And that's a problem for them. And again, I'll go back to the thing I always say, which is creators absolutely should make money. It's our job, right? This is our job, and we put a lot of work into it. I know I fucking do. But at the same time, I draw the line at blatantly lying to your audience and doing shady shit, and then using other people as a fucking scapegoat to that shady shit. So when you're going around illegally wiretapping people and threatening people, and then you're making these other creators lie for you, because if they don't, they're going to get destroyed by you lying about them, right? And it's a whole vicious cycle and circle. It's gross at this point, right? And this is something that's been going on a very long time, years at this point. We're talking years, people, years, Yeah, I don't deal with the coming in hot shit, or the trolling for no reason shit. We don't. That's exactly how it, we have we have great conversations here, I love that. It is clever. It's very clever. Jess didn't even have a channel then, though, SD. She didn't have a channel then. And no offense, but there are a lot of creators that use the word besties. And I think it's very, to be fair, your name is SD, I find it very clever. Right? That's very clever. So why should you not have something? Because what does Jess Machado think she owns besties? Like, do you know how many channels call their viewers besties? For the longest time, I called you guys my minions, because that's what Aiden thinks he has as minions. So it was a long running joke. Like, hello, my minions. A long running joke. Hello, my little minions. Why? Because you guys are the opposite of minions. You are your own people. We have very smart, intelligent, kind people in this community. And it was sort of a play on not having minions by calling people my little minions. But sort of with time, it went with something that I say in real life, which is, I missed your stinking faces, or I love your stinking faces. To be fair, usually I throw in, I love your fucking face. But since we're trying to keep it a little less sweary, stinking was what I stuck in there. You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing. Do you know how many times I'm like, you're just copying Aiden? I could never copy Aiden. I'm far more intelligent on any level than he is. Sorry, not sorry. Okay? Much more clever than he is. He can lie more. He can lie more than anyone. Dude's got liabetes, you know? Lie fucking beaties, you know? Aw. A lot of people did enjoy SD's show, but I mean, at the same time, how can she stream if all she's going to get is trolls? You know? How? And SD's done a lot of work, to be clear, because girl's asking her a very good question here. She lives in Boston, and she did a lot of this advocacy work near where she lives about Mass and Cast before Karen Reed's case even was a thing. So when they started to disparage her about being in a meeting, that pissed me off. Like, that's what advocacy work is. That's getting out there and fucking doing something about your own community. Who the fuck else is doing that? I'd like to know. Is anyone else besides me or her actually doing anything like that? They yell into the abyss, into a microphone, but did they actually do or take steps to try to make anything better for anyone? Right? No, they fucking don't. It's a lot of empty promises is what I find. A lot of empty bullshit. It's a movement. It's a this. It's a that. Well, what the fuck are you doing to actually change any of it? Nothing. Not a goddamn fucking thing. You know? It just is what it is. I know. Sometimes I get a little sweary, but I'm from Boston. You have to expect that when you're dealing with someone from Massachusetts. You know what I'm saying? It was cute. It was very cute. You know what I mean? It was very cute. It was very, very cute. It was very, very cute. A lot of people use it. A lot of people. A lot of people. It's very common because, I mean, you want to give your audience a cute little, like, you guys, to be fair, if you're watching, right, someone and you're supporting that channel, you kind of are besties, right? Like, you're the besties of that channel, right? Like, that's, I don't, it shouldn't, it's not trademarked. That's the thing. There's a turtle on my cup. Do you think anybody's going to get, you know, do you think the turtle's going to demand us 27 cents? I put a turtle on the cup that says sipping on turtle tears. Do you think he's going to want his 27 cents? Do you think he's going to have a rage out on that? You know, I was here for a long time before, but then stupid me listened to Turtleboy, but I've not listened to him for over a year now. When it first started, I came across the channel last night. And then I seen the channel again last night, and I was like, yes. I mean, a lot of people have found us lately, and I'll tell you why. A lot of people have started to realize that they were told that people were bad simply because he had some petty revenge against them, right? And the people who have come to me personally lately have said, you know, at least I didn't even give you a chance because he said you're bad. So I automatically just assumed he said you're bad, you must be bad, right? But then when all this wiretapping stuff came out of him wiretapping, and then people started putting together the pieces, like, wait a second. He wiretapped Karen, won't talk about it. He's making up a million excuses. First, he denied it flat out, denied all of it. Then some of the audio recordings came out. Now he can't talk about it, right? Well, I'll tell you one thing. You wouldn't just not talk about it unless you had some criminal liability, right? Your attorneys are not going to tell you not to talk about it if you don't have some criminal liability in it. Just FYI for all these kooky, delusional assholes that keep claiming that we don't know who recorded it, okay? I'm listening to the Spaces last night, and I'm like, these people are fucking delusional. The level of mental gymnastics, okay? Mental gymnastics that you have to jump through to keep defending it and claim that we don't still know who recorded it. Is this real life right now? Is it? I'm just wondering. Is it real life? Right? Because from where I'm standing, there is no more it's an opinion. Or we're just assuming. There is no assumptions. There is no opinions. It is a fact. There are two people on that call. Sewer Turtle and Karen. Karen didn't record it. This whole, well, maybe the paralegals did, or maybe it's AI. Come on, man. I mean, that is a level of delusional at this point that I don't know. Even, okay, here. even Jess Machado at this point has said, I don't know why we're pretending like there is no recording and that it's like AI or something. It's not. Aiden recorded it, okay? He recorded it in the exact same way that he has recorded every other wiretapping he has done, including Lisa, Lucky, Scanlon, Lindsay, which is he takes one phone, puts it on speakerphone, gets his other phone, and puts it on video, not audio, video. He records it in a video, okay? It's the exact same way he's done every other one. The crew from the documentary was not there. They did not record it, and they've confirmed as such, number one. Number two, it's not AI, okay? It's not AI. Number three, there was not somebody else in the room recording him. He was by himself. Number four, do you really think by him going silent and making other people go silent that he didn't do it? Have you ever seen him go silent before? Have you ever seen him scream and yell at people to stop talking about it? Anything he's been accused of that he, thinks he didn't do, he talks about, no problem, whether it's a crime or not. You think his attorneys would be giving him the advice of not talking about it if he had no criminal liability and none of it was true? I'm asking for a friend. Can use your, reasoning here. Because this level of fucking delusion where it's AI and it could have been were the paralegals in his house with him? No, they were not. I don't know why it's so hard for some people to understand and come to the realization he recorded it in the same way that he has done numerous times before that. He did it. Stop with the delusional nonsense. Stop with the it's AI. It's not numerous people have heard it. It is confirmed. He recorded it. And then I heard some really delusional shit last night. Really delusional shit. Which was, maybe Karen was just misled. Whoever told Karen it's real, maybe she thinks it's real, but it's not. I don't know what part of her attorneys have a copy of it. You guys aren't understanding. There is no someone told her and she's just misinformed. That's not a thing. So the recording you heard magically doesn't exist now? Stop it, dude. Stop. Stop trying to jump through these ridiculous mental gymnastic hoops. For the love of Jesus. Okay? He illegally recorded her. It's wiretapping in the state of Massachusetts. These excuses, well, in 38 states, it's legal. Well, in this one, it isn't. And I don't give a shit how legal it is in 38 other states and the one he resides in, and it's not legal here. It's also shady behavior. Do you think somebody's going to record someone without their knowledge while they're screaming and yelling at you for some good intention? Right? Just asking. Do you really think he's going to record it and then just let what? Wants to listen to it later on for funsies? Right? Because he make clips about it later on. Can't use it for a documentary. You would need her permission. So there would be no reason in recording it without her knowledge. What fucking reason do you think he recorded it for? There's only one reason you would record somebody without their knowledge while they're screaming and yelling at you. Leverage. Fucking leverage. Blackmail. The same way he's done to other people. Newsflash, people. He has done this exact thing to other people. And what he does is he plays it, or a portion of it, and says, I have this. And if you don't do this, this, and this, then I'm going to release it. Or I'm going to go to the police. Or I'm going to blah, blah, blah. He did not record Karen to just keep it in his back pocket for nostalgia reasons. He didn't record Karen to just use it to listen to over and over to hear her fucking voice screaming at him. Okay? He did it for blackmail, for leverage, which is now done. He can't use it anymore. I guess he could with what else is on there because it doesn't look good for either one of them. But if he wanted to get himself in trouble, I guess it is a felony. It is a felony. It is a freaking felony. We love our mods here. We love them. Well, that's the problem, right? If you don't agree with them, you're responsible for the consequence of other people's actions. It's insane to me. It's absolutely bonkers. Bonkers. Second one, as he says, good. Of course, SD knows she's welcome here. Yeah, people exactly. People can agree to disagree, and that's what I love about it, right? People can agree to disagree without attacking each other. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that like, an amazing thing? Yeah, there's fake ones of me. There's fake ones of everyone, I think, at this point, He is an asshole, an absolute asshole. Yep, stinking faces. I can't see your faces, but I can see your icons and your pictures. And sometimes I think about what you might all look like. So even though I might not actually see your stinking faces, I miss your stinking faces. I know some of your faces because I know some of you in real life. But even though that, I know whose little icon is what, when, where, and why. So I do always miss your stinking faces. And you have to have your face here. You have to be watching behind the screen with your face for me to actually be talking to you, right? So, right? Tells how you real feel, girl. Yelling at people, calling them children that acted up while he was out of town. I mean, that's the thing, though. He literally thinks he has some sort of power over everyone, and they should just do and say what he tells them to. You know? Yeah. There's other trials coming. You didn't miss too much, Case. You know. You know what? Water under the bridge, Linda. Water under the bridge. See, that's the thing about me. That's the thing about me. I don't hold grudges for very long because I also understand, and I've had many people come to me and say, at least I can admit, like, I was in a cult and I believed that you were just bad, and now I know you and I feel really shitty about it. And I can't believe I would have ever believed anything like that. And it's unfortunate because I think there's a lot of missed friendships, connections, missed opportunities to help people, missed a lot, right? Because he puts out all this hate and anger and vitriol, and everybody needs to be angry at everybody, and everybody he says is bad to thousands of people. No, he thinks they're bad because they, he has some petty jealousy issue with them, or he's trying to cover up what he's already done. With me, I didn't lie for him. He got caught cheating on his wife with 3 other women separately because I didn't lie for him and I answered someone's question. It's really that simple. It's not my job to lie for him. I didn't know he was going to get caught with that. Like, that's not my problem. Instead of coming out and just being honest and being like, well, she kind of let the cat out of the bag accidentally, and it's kind of my fault because I shouldn't have been doing what I was doing. Instead, he had to find other reasons to make me bad, right? And it's unfortunate because people buy this shit hook, line, and sinker. Like, and I hate to say like dumbasses, but it's because they've been so conditioned mentally to believe everything he says. And if you question it at all, you are bad or he'll come after you. And most of the time they go along with him out of fear. Most of the time they fear disagreeing with him. They fear he will attack them. I certainly don't fear any of my friends. I certainly don't fear any of the people I watch on YouTube. No one should fear that someone's going to attack them if they don't agree with them a little bit. That they dig up their entire life and put their, children's names and where they go to school and calling your, and I kid you not when I say this, he has called people's spouses and left voicemails. Okay. He has called people's businesses and jobs and left voicemails and emails in his own name. And then he has all these other people do it on top of that. He puts out people's names, addresses, phone numbers, the whole doxing. That's not normal behavior. Why does he do that? Because he uses people who watch him, his viewers, as a mob, as a weapon. Without that mob, without that weapon, he has no control over anyone. He has no control over me, and he never will. And it irks him to the fucking core. And I'm glad. And I'm glad, What they did to her was gross. It was gross. It was gross. It was absolutely freaking gross. What? They did not. How the fuck is injection pods going to help? I mean, come on. That's not deterring anything, in my opinion. I don't know. I have no idea. She is, right? She's trying to clean up the area so that like you can get, and she's not just trying to like kick everyone out and say, bye, see you later. She wants them to get the basic help that they need and deserve, and housing that they need and deserve. But you got to clean up the problem as a whole. We can't just keep picking parts of it, with Mass and Cass apart, where it's just piece by piece, where it's like, okay, get rid of all the homeless. They're all going to come back, right? And there's a shelter right there. There's a detox right there. Like, you need to deal with it as a whole. They need to be able to get work and get a steady, or disability and get a steady stream of income. They need housing. Like, they're going to keep going back to the street as long as they're going to get the fuckets, is what we call it, right? In the addiction world. It's called the fuckets. When everything is stacked up against you and there's no way to do any of this shit, you get the fuckets and you're like, fuck it. What's the point? I'm still back at square one. I've done this, and this, and all these things, and I'm still at square one. And that's what happens. So we need to address it as a whole, right? As an income, as a housing, as a mental health, because you cannot deal with addiction if you do not deal with the mental health. Because in my opinion, again, and I'm someone who's been clean and sober from opiates for 18 years, that the addiction itself comes from a mental health issue, usually trauma. 90% of the time, it is some deep-rooted, serious trauma that no one has told anybody about. A lot of the times, it's sexual abuse as a child, like it was for me, unfortunately. Or again, like me, domestic violence at an early age, or abuse in foster care, like I dealt with when I was a kid. Never mind one of those. If you compile them together, and then deaths, a lot of time deaths, murders, suicides, things of that nature, losing your family or close friends in a really horrific way, whether you were there or not, tends to be a really, really bad trauma. Like, it's a whole thing. You can't deal with it as a piece. It can't be piecemeal. It's got to be the whole meal, right? You can't have a happy meal with just the chicken nuggets, dude, right? You got to have the French fries and the drink and the apple slices, or it's not a fucking happy meal. It's just a thing of chicken nuggets. You know what I'm saying? It is. Good for you, Linda. Good for you. I am happy for you that you figured him out, because it's unfortunate a lot of other people don't. And they're still sort of in that mob mentality. Go Pats! Whoop whoop! I know some of you aren't from here, but because I am, I have to, right? Mine says still here. Yeah, that would make it worse. I don't know why they would do pods. That's crazy to me. Yeah, exactly. Nobody can own it. It's people say it all the time. Oh my God, the whole seat thing. And I've gone over this a million times, right? She can steal anybody's seat. That was just the excuse they fucking made for why she was bad, because they had these petty jealousy issues, which really pisses me off, because when you have a decent friend, you should probably hold on to them for dear life. I lost my best friend in 2014 when she passed away. All right. And I'll never get her back. Never. There will never be another one of her. And it's really hard to make a new best friend in your 30s, in your late 30s. And so when you have a friend like Esty, and she reminds me a lot of myself, that goes out of their way to like make sure that you feel like you're appreciated and you're seen, even when it's not your birthday and it's not a holiday, and just to say like, hey, I know you're having a hard time or a rough time, and I know that probably you're not getting a lot of appreciation in everyday life, but I want you to know I appreciate you, whether it's buying you a gift that you're not expecting, or picking up the tab on dinner, or bringing you guys out, or giving you a ride to the fucking store. You know what I mean? It doesn't cost anything to be kind either. They chose money and greed and power over a fucking friend. And they took their fear of Aiden attacking them and taking away their viewers and their money as an excuse, without publicly saying that. But that's exactly what they did. And I can't find anything that irks me more than greed and disloyalty. And it's probably because I'm not a greedy person. And it's probably because friends to me are like family, probably because I don't have a lot of family left. Like, somebody actually was questioning me on my on one of my things the other day, and was like, isn't your dad dead? Because I was talking about my biological dad, who is very sick. I don't know how much time he actually has left. And A, that was just like an ignorant comment. They were trolling, obviously. But B, if you've watched me at all, you know that I have two dads, right? I have my dad that adopted me when I was 4 and was my dad my entire life until he passed away of suicide by hanging. And then my biological dad, who I didn't meet until I was an adult. I had a relationship with both of them, but my daddy, the one who raised me and taught me how to ride my bike and tie my shoes and be a good person and fix a car, is the man that resides inside of this necklace, right? That's where my daddy resides. That's the reason I have this tattoo that literally says daddy. And my biological dad actually himself told me that he appreciates everything that my dad did, that he couldn't, because my dad didn't have to take that responsibility of me because I was not his blood child, but he did nonetheless. And he didn't treat me like a step kid, and he didn't treat me like an adopted kid. He treated me like his daughter until the day that he died. And no one can ever take that from me. So no amount of questioning, isn't your dad dead, is or trolling like that. Like anyone on planet Earth knows that I have two dads. So if I'm talking about the one that's sick, clearly it means the one that's passed away is a different one. No, like, and I always say biological dad and dad, two different things, you know? But the shit that I saw it instantly when they did it to Esty because it's exactly what they did to me. The rumors, the lies, the accusatory statements. And what really pissed me off the most is a lot of those people that knew it wasn't true, especially when it comes to her case and my case, they knew it wasn't true. And they could have came out publicly and been like, nope, that's a lie. That never happened. But they didn't. Why? They were afraid. Too many people were afraid to say, stick up for her, just like they were me, and say that's not true. Why? And they told me in private, I'm sorry, Elise, I can't say anything. I'm too afraid he's going to attack my family, and I have to protect my family. I hate seeing this happen to you, but I can't say anything. Think about that for a second. Think about that for a second. Is that not a cult mob mentality when the people see the lies and the ones who know it's a lie will refuse to say anything? And even some of them go as far as repeating the lie, knowing it isn't true, because they want it to look like they have his back because they're too afraid of what he's going to do. That's not normal. That's not normal by any stretch of the imagination. It's just not. Hi, Shayna. Well, you might not like it because it's the truth and it's unfortunate, but you're more you're welcome to listen, Well, that's exactly what he does. He goes, I'll make you Turtleboy famous. I'll make you Kate Peter famous. Do you know what I can do to you? And sometimes he even gets even more obscure with his threats where he'll be like, just keep an eye on the blog tonight. And then later on that night, it's a blog of you if you don't do what he says or do what he wants, Check my texts. Girl, listen, I'm behind in the comments. But thank you. Hold on a second, I will. I don't even know what this means. I answer everyone's comments, whether they donate or not. So I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Yeah, he's not a victim of anything. Let's be clear here. Hold on a second, guys. I'm trying to get through these. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. You did not say anything wrong. Why? I probably just didn't get down to your comment yet, Carolyn. I'm behind. I'm behind in the comments, my friend. Yeah, he didn't have one last night, which usually happens when he's having a crisis or he's out with a new girl. Then he'll move it to a Sunday. Boston's policies are spreading it. Yeah, they are. It just, I mean, something's got to give. Something has to give. The part that they were sticking up for you, not the show. LOL. So again, I don't know what that means. Nobody needs to pay anything to listen here and to be a part of the community. That's not how I operate. Okay. Well, that's the thing. Where's the integrity, But that's the thing. You have the receipts and they still keep saying it, So it really bothers me, right? And that's the problem that I had is they just kept saying shit that wasn't true and it didn't matter. And I started putting out receipts, but then I stopped at some point because every time I would put out a receipt, they'd say, it's fake. You created it. It's not real. So I was like, you know what? F this, bro. I'm done. I've put out the receipts. I'm done putting out the fucking receipts. Like, let them believe whatever the fuck they want at this point. They'll learn eventually. what a scumbag he is when it happens to them or someone they care about, and they see how easily he can attack and lie about them just to hide his own dirt, or because he's got petty jealousy, because there are a multitude of reasons why he attacks people. One is his very serious petty jealousy and ego issue. If he gets jealous that you have a few more viewers than him, he will attack you. If he gets jealous that you're selling a little bit more merch than him, he will attack you, right? I kid you not. I literally kid you not on this. All right. If he gets mad that too many people say, oh my God, have you seen so-and-so's channel? I absolutely love it. He gets pissed and he attacks you. All right. And he will find any little reason to claim why it is, but that's not the real reason. He can't tell his audience the real reason because he knows people would be like, well, that's fucking petty, Aiden. Or that's a little ridiculous. Don't you think you could have talked about that in private if you had an issue? So he can't do that. So instead, he's got to make something up. He has to. That's hands down. That's what he does. And the other instance is when, like me, you know something you shouldn't know, or a lot of things you shouldn't know, or things he doesn't want you to know that you could out him on, and therefore he'll attack first. And he has written this in personal text that I've seen with my own fucking eyeballs, where he literally lays out why he does it that way. He does it that way so that when he attacks you and goes hard and goes hard and goes hard and calls you a scammer and a crazy person and a liar and all the same 10 things he says about everyone, he has this mob of people doing the same thing. And then by the time you then respond, nobody's listening to anything you say, because he'll go back and use the same excuse he uses every time, which is, well, they're just mad because I exposed them. So therefore, they're lying and nobody needs to listen to them. They're just lying because I exposed them. And this is the mob mentality. This is the cult kind of brainwashing, and people just buy it and believe it. Even when someone comes out and goes, yeah, no, that's not true, and the reason he's attacking me is because of this, this, and this, people don't listen. They just repeat his mantra, which is, well, you're only saying that because he attacked you or he exposed you. He's not exposing anything. He's also, to be clear, paid to write stories about people and never checked a single thing to make sure any of it was true. He would just take the money and write the story without checking anything at all to make sure any of it was true. So he would just print lie after lie after lie after lie. If you go back to the one he wrote about Jess Machado, or the one he wrote about Tom DeRozier. The one he wrote about Tom was because Tom was calling him out for cheating on his wife with Leah. And Tom was right. And at the time, Aiden did not want to admit it to his audience. So he called Tom a liar and he wrote a blog about him to get him to shut up. He threatened him to get him to shut up. He did an entire show on him to get him to shut up about it. And he denied it and denied it and denied it and denied it and denied it. And Tom was right the whole time. What does that tell you? And then you have these people that go back like a Stockholm syndrome, right? They go back after it's been done to them and still fail to use critical thinking to go, wait a second, he did the exact same thing to me. Why are you going anywhere near the dude after he did it to you? Why? Most of the time it's clout, money, and they think if they're close enough to him, he'll just leave them out of it and maybe take it down. And then they just want to stay off his radar at that point. So they just keep backing him up until the end of time so he doesn't go back to attacking them. It's, I kid you not when I say it's brainwashing. That's how brainwashing works, It's ridiculous. Listen, we all lose it sometimes, Melissa. You could, I think, but here's the thing, Shayna. I've been telling people this for a long time. I have been warning people for a long time because I hate seeing people get hurt. No matter who it is, it's not right. Attacking people the way he does is not right. And he always does it for the wrong reason. It's not because they actually did something wrong, ever. Exactly why she kept saying video instead of audio, because it's a video. It's not an audio. It is a video. Oh yeah. Yeah, she's not a fan of Estes, which is ridiculous. Yeah, we sure do know. I've also been talking about that for a while, maybe probably even before you were watching my show, but I've literally been telling people for quite some time, like, what they did to you and how I saw through it right away, I mean, maybe. Last I heard about Madison County, they cleaned up all the area and moved people into homes. Yeah, that was a while ago. Things are, no bueno. They just go right. It's just like a circle. It goes right back. Yes, it is. Why does the rest of the world care? Is that like a real question? Is that a real question? Why does the rest of the world care? The man has spent his entire career attacking people and lying about people and hurting them and their families in real life. Okay? This shit doesn't just happen online and then nothing happens in their real life. This affects people's real lives. So he doesn't get to just smear everybody with a bunch of lies and then illegally record people so that he can use it as blackmail and leverage. It's not so much that he recorded it, it was what he was going to do with the recording. Yes, it's also an illegal felony in my state, but it's also snaky. It's also shady. And people don't get to be like, well, it's his personal business with Karen. No, it's not. It's public. And it's sorry, not sorry, dude. He made it public. He made this whole entire case public. It is a public issue. It is not a private issue between him and Karen. It is a public issue. Okay. He does not get to sit there and lie about people over and over and over and then go behind the scenes and be like, well, it's a personal thing between me and Karen. Personal? No. A, Karen clearly didn't think it was personal since she made it public, number one. Number two, he has wiretapped people numerous fucking times. Oh my God, I keep forgetting. I'm sorry. I get distracted easily, Ash. You know how this works, God damn it. You know? Yeah, JFK seems to be the only one over there, apparently, that's doing all that, you know? Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? It's none of us are spreading lies like that. It's unfortunate. Meredith is not on a list of people that I think are good human beings, and I think people have at least over on that side, have this fake idea of her based on the shit that she has fed people, which is bullshit, you know? Just bullshit. It was awful. It was terrible. It was terrible. And there were so many more people too. You know, so many more people they've done it to. Well, that's the thing, right? This isn't a one-party consent state. Massachusetts is a two-party consent state. Both parties have to have knowledge and say it's okay for it to be recorded if it's not in public, right? But again, it's not so much about, well, he recorded her. Is it snaky? Is it fucking weird? And yes, it's a felony in my state, and he knows that. He's very well aware of the fact that it's a felony. It's what he was going to do with it, right? And not just for Karen. You can take Karen out, right? It doesn't even matter that it was Karen, right? He's done it too. Steve Scanlon, Lucky Loughran, Lindsay, Lisa, a million other women, but I'm not going to name them because they're not public. They're like, what happened to them is not public. Their names are not public. So there is a multitude of people he has done it to. And when he does it, he then uses it as a blackmail and a leverage to get these people to do what he wants or to not tell the world what he has done to them, to get them to shut up and go away, or to get them to do a very specific thing he wants them to do. That's why. It has nothing to do with just the fact that he recorded. It's the whole thing all in one. Yeah, the mental gymnastics is crazy. It's a huge breach of trust, but he doesn't show anybody respect. He thinks he should be bowed down to, you know? Nobody should be recorded without their knowledge. Not even in a state that it's legal. That's weird. You know? Oh, was he? Oh boy. When said her brother is the principal of the school where he was thrown out of for going after little girls. Yeah, that's shitty, you know? It's shitty. I don't understand it either, Jess. You know how I am. All that hate. It's like, do you live like that every day? I don't get it. Maybe. I'm just not with the weirdo shit. It makes no sense to me. Like, I just don't. She got done very dirty. It was unwarranted and uncalled for. But it should show you, like, this is what they do to people. Estes was very public, but there's a lot of people that they've done it to that just these people go away quietly because they've been threatened into silence. So they just boop, quietly go away. Right? And that's not okay. That is not freaking okay. It's just not. Oh, no, that account is just horrible. That hate, once again, it's like patting people on the back to be that hateful so that's what they do. You know? That's what they do. Well, that's the thing. Like it's to me, it's like I've met people in person. You know? I mean, you know, a lot of people say that, Linda, but at the same time, you can't blame yourself, you know? It is a cult mentality. It is a brainwashing of sorts. And people don't realize it. They literally don't realize it. Hold on. Let me check this real quick because I keep forgetting and then I keep getting off track here. What's happening here? What in the actual hell is that? Is that a dead rat, bro? What is that? What in the hell is that, Ash? Like, what is that, man? What is it? That is I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what that is. Like I mean, let me be clear here, right? Selling out the Wilbur is 1,000 seats. I don't know why we're still talking about I don't even know what is that, Ash? You know? Yeah, because that's what I do over here. I just tell lies all the time, you know? All the time. I lie so much. Yep. Not that everything I say is verified eventually. Right? I just say things that aren't true just for funsies, I guess. I like to put troll comments up because it's just so insane to me, you know? Insane. It's just insane. Thank you, Carol. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah, he absolutely did. You should probably call the PD, is what you should do, and find out where it was sent from or who sent it. That's what you should do. Absolutely call the police. That is a threat. That is a threat. That is not okay. Cherry blocked Melanie Little from Claire's chat and constantly bashes me in his chat till this day. Yeah. I mean, he talks about me too because I must be a threat to him by telling people the truth. I mean, you know. And the whole thing is now they're going to go after both of them for conspiracy to witness intimidate. You know? That's the thing. He was never a true crime creator, Holly, ever. He did this case and now he was like, oh, I'm going to do another case. He can't do another case. He doesn't even know how to read a legal document. How's he going to do another case? He didn't actually do research for Karen's case. He was fed the case. So he doesn't even know what he's doing. That's why you haven't seen him do another one yet, you know? Karen isn't filing charges, so I don't get why everyone else is so angry. Well, first of all, she's got a civil suit on, so she's not filing charges simply because of what is in the recording. Okay, number one. Number two, you don't get why everyone else is angry? I mean, he denied it outright and then got caught lying about it. And he clearly didn't have a good intention when recording it. Clearly, he was going to use that as leverage or blackmail. So, gee, I don't know. Why would anybody be upset about that? I don't know. This thing called integrity, maybe? Just a little bit, right? Instead of these big baby tantrums that he has, acting like a petulant child when he doesn't get his way. Come on. And if you think that's the first recording that he's ever recorded of Karen Reed, then you live in delusional land. Okay? Listen, I don't talk about anybody's teeth because I don't have perfect teeth either. I've had, again, abuse. So I have a couple broken ones, a couple missing on the bottom. Believe me, I do not have perfect teeth by any stretch of the imagination. I don't fuck with people's looks, but I mean, just inside, he's a hateful, angry person, and all of his lying is going to come back to haunt him. Because again, karma might not have get him the first time, but it's going to come back around, you know? Yeah. And again, he's already looking at over 105 years total. If they gave him the max, obviously they probably will not give him the max on every charge. But I mean, even if they give him half as much, that's pretty much his entire life. If they give him a quarter of that time, a quarter of it, right? A quarter of it. Not even a quarter. If they give him 10 years, he's 44. You know what I mean? It's exactly what he does. He tries to control people through fear, intimidation, anger. That's exactly. And people do feel powerless around him. It's unfortunate, you know? That's exactly what it was. Lots and lots of jealousy. And it's unfortunate because to me, it just goes to show, you know? drama gets boring, but at the same time, like I'm sure people are bored with, you know, me talking about it, but at the same time, that's exactly what Aiden wants. You know, he wants people to stop talking about it. Yeah, I know you do. He wants people to stop talking about it so he can continue to sweep that back under the rug. You know, and that's another thing. It could get her phone taken again or exposed to have to look at it. And I know, I just saw it. I did respond back. I know I'm behind in the comments. I know. I did. Yes, you didn't hear me say that. I said call the cops, dude. That's a threat. Like that's it. That's a fucking death threat. Call the cops. That's crazy. That's, I don't know. Like, again, that is, I would call the police and have them find out where the fuck that came from. Somebody had to have walked into a FedEx in order to have it shipped. Like, what the actual hell is that? You know? Well, she was there until they started attacking her and threatening her. And that, I mean, then at what point, what do you do? You know? What do you do? No one wants to be attacked and threatened for not doing anything. You know? I did. Yes, I did. I did do a stream a few days ago with some receipts from a couple of years ago. It's the same pattern of behavior, you know? And not just on his live show. He doesn't just do it on his live show. He does it privately too. He will call people and leave messages on people's voicemails, people's husbands' voicemails. Like their jobs. It's insane. You know? Yeah, some states are one party state, but even that, it's just weird to me. You would want to do that, you know? You would want to do that in any way, shape, or form. I cannot believe you got that in the mail. I am still like dumbfounded. You've never seen him go silent. That should be, to a lot of people, that was a red flag because he's never tried to tell people to go silent. He's purposely telling people to go silent to control that sort of narrative of shh, shh, don't tell anyone. Shh, shh, guys, we got to sweep this under the rug. He thought that the recording would never come out, so he denied it outright, denied it flat for 26 minutes on a Spaces. He screamed and he yelled and what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Nothing. That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. You're a fucking liar. You're just spreading rumors. He never thought pieces of it would come out, and I will tell you why. He never thought it would come out because he knows the contents of it, and the contents of it don't look too good for either one of them. They talk about a lot of different things that could get either one of them in some trouble. So, I mean, he knew that Karen wasn't going to willfully put that out there with that on there. So he thought that he could just deny it, knowing no one would willingly put that out there, except someone else did take pieces of it, the best pieces they could find that didn't make it look real bad. But the rest of it's not great, you know? And so he just assumed that would never come out, so he could just keep lying. And this is what he's done many times. He's called people's bluffs and said, no, that never exists. I didn't do such a thing. You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar. When in reality, same thing he did to Tom way back when he claimed he didn't cheat on his wife. He was lying the entire time. And he went after Tom, and he wrote a blog about Tom, and he did streams about Tom. He's a liar. He's a creep. He's a this. He's a that. I didn't do such a thing. I would never do such a thing. And lo and behold, all of it was true. Tom was right. Aiden was lying the entire time. And this is a pattern. He's done it a million times. So he attacked an innocent person who told the truth because he didn't want his shit out there. He didn't want people to know what he did. That pattern has continued on for years. And this was pre-Karen Reed, before Karen Reed. This has happened year after year after year after year to innocent people. I mean, think about that for a second. Think about that for a second. You know, if anyone else had wiretapped Karen, he would be nonstop talking about it. Touchdown, Pats! Sweet. He would be nonstop talking about it. He would be disparaging the person. He'd be talking about where they work, where they go to school, what their husband does or wife does for a job, where their kids go to school, what they look like. He'd be disparaging their looks, how much money they make, what kind of car they drive. He'd be doxing them, the whole shebang. If it was anyone else but him, he'd be doing blogs and shows and the whole thing. If it was anyone else but him. Why does he think that he doesn't get that same energy? I'm just wondering why he thinks that it should be private, or he could claim it's private, or why he can keep, feeding people this whole narrative of, well, it's a personal issue between me. No, it's not. It's public. It's always been public. You made it all public. It doesn't get to be personal when it's something you don't like. That's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. You get that he's a bad person, but you don't understand the obsession with the recording. It's not an obsession with the recording. It's the fact that hey, Jackie, does not want anyone to talk about it. And he has literally threatened people into silence about not talking about it on purpose because he would like it to just go away and sweep it under the rug. He does not give that common courtesy to the innocent people that he attacks and ruins their lives. And I kid you not when I say ruins their lives. He affects people's lives, real lives, their income streams, how they take care of their families, their relationships. So it's not so much an obsession as it's I refuse to turn away and look away and talk about it once and let it die. Because he does not give that common courtesy of even telling the fucking truth for the people he has victimized. That's what he wants. And I will not give it to him. I will not give it to him. I refuse to give it to him. I have way too many victims depending on me who cannot speak out publicly, who will not speak out publicly because they are so fucking afraid. I have people who won't even leave their homes. They won't even leave their homes. They're afraid to leave their fucking houses, you guys, because of the turtle riders and the mob. I will not relent. I will not be silenced. I will not go away. I will not shut up. So I don't give a fuck if I have to do a stream every single day for the next fucking year and then I have to do a second one on my true crime stuff. I will do it. Until he is held accountable for the crimes he has committed and the victims he has hurt, because I am their voice. They don't have another one. So if I stop talking, there's no voice for them. If I stop talking about it, they don't get a voice. Right? Thank you. I appreciate that, Shannon. There's actually quite a few of you. There are a lot of people who are pro-Karen, anti-TV. I mean, you know, that's right. That's the beautiful part of having free will and just being able to talk to and be friends with whoever you want. You know, they sure do open the door to other illegal stuff. That's half the problem. You know, that's half the problem. I appreciate that, Jesse. Yes, if you would like to support the channel, we have one of a bunch of different ways to do so. And I definitely need you guys' help. You know, I definitely do. I'm a small channel. And so all of my income stream comes from all of you. All of me covering the costs come from all of you. So, you know, if we don't get donations, I don't get to cover those costs. So I depend on all of you to keep bringing out the truth and keep fighting for victims and to keep making sure that people are held accountable for the shit that they're doing that is harming so many fucking people. And I will not be silenced. But in order for me to not be silenced, I need all of you guys' help. I can't do it alone because I don't have corporate sponsors and I don't have, you know, I don't have a sewer turtle feeding me a mob of people to just keep sending me money. Any and all donations are a super big help from all of you. So you can do so one of a bunch of different ways to support the channel. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. There's a link in the chat at the top that you can click on and use your credit or debit card. You can send super chats and super stickers. You can buy yourself a membership for the channel. That always helps at the end of the month for sure. And we have an Amazon wish list, but that's in our description of our video. And we also have the new merch. Those of you guys saw the new merch, right? That I showed earlier in the stream. For those of you who didn't see it, there's a couple new things. I have a mug that says, wait, let's see. Right here. Boop. Sipping on turtle tears. Yep, we have the new mug. Sorry. That one that says sipping on turtle tears. And then I think this is the one that says Friday night fuckery. And on the back it says hashtag Truth Squad. Then we have the one that says Bederow letters now found in the fiction section. We have that one. That was one of my favorites. And then we have, sorry, I want to show the pink one. We have the justice for the silenced, for the victims who have been silenced by all of this, who have been threatened. And on the back, it says Twisted Tragedies podcast, and it comes, as you guys can see, in a multitude of colors. All of them come in a multitude of colors except for the mug. Everything else comes in a multitude of colors. And then we have the basic ones that say Massachusetts is a twisted tragedy. And there's totes and sweatshirts for that. But the 3 or 4 new ones, I wish that I'm going to have to fix it. So this is the main picture, but sipping on turtle tears, right? It's the mug, but we have the new merch sitting in the merch store. I'm going to be working on some other stuff. It takes hours and hours to just make a couple. And I want to work on some clips later on today. So, yes, witness intimidation. He definitely should go to prison. Oh, he was definitely jealous, 100% jealous, 100% jealous, 100%, 100%. The type of people work. Yeah, exactly. Sorry to hear that. Yep, it's me. I lost my dad to suicide. My dad who raised me, I have a biological dad, but he's very sick too. And he probably won't make it much longer, unfortunately. And I don't have a lot of family that's alive anymore. My grandparents helped raise me. They both passed away a while ago. But well, that's the thing. That's why he's like jealous of her, It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I mean, I've heard that recently too. A lot of people have questions, and that's okay to have questions. Appreciate that, kiddies. It's been a long time, but I miss my dad every day. It will be talked about for years, It's very hard to lose the people that are close to you, for sure. Right? It is gross that they say stuff like that. Like, why does it matter whether my dad passed away? I had 2 wonderful father figures. My grandfather was also in my life, just like my stepdad, and I did the same things with my grandpa. Helped me take the training wheels off my bike and help me fix a car. My grandfather and my dad both had me in their shops all the time. So I'm that car gal, I'm that car gal. Sometimes it is wild, some of the things they come in here and say to me. Like the shit they say to try to insult me is so off the cuff. And, this morning, to me, I got a comment on one of my recent streams from one of the trolls, and they had nothing that they could insult me about, so they went for my intro and they were like, oh my god, what a amazing intro, nobody's ever done the swinging chair before, OMG, so deep, LOL. So they were like trying to troll my intro and outro. Like, that's all you have is to troll my intro and outro? That's, first of all, my intro is my very first time ever editing any sort of long form video, and I did it by myself in 3 hours maybe. And my outro is my second time ever doing it. And I'm extremely proud of them because they came out fucking amazing for someone who's never edited a video before. For that very moment, I had to figure it all out by myself, and I did. And I put those together by myself. So if that's all you have to troll me about, like, come the fuck on with it, Like, come the actual fuck on. I wish it would fucking be near my face. That's for sure. I know I'm really behind. Hold on. He's such a piece of shit, dude. He is just such a piece of shit, But that's the thing. He literally gets the kick out of this shit. Like, he literally gets off on harming people and thinks it's funny. Like, that's how he gets his, like, support. Yeah, that's a threat, bro. I don't know what the actual hell is going on there, Well, there's a lot of people that won't tell the truth. They're too afraid, They're too afraid. I don't know. I think he's still around, isn't he? I have no idea. He's still around, isn't he? Yeah, it is heartbreaking, Linda. It's extremely heartbreaking. There's a lot of people who just end up homeless because the rents are way too high. No, Massachusetts is the most expensive state to live in right now. The ones that are below us are California, Hawaii, and then New York. That's not normal. Our state is this big. We should not have the highest cost of living out of all the states. That's insane. Why does what person still mod? I don't know who we're talking about. Well, that's the other thing, is mods are too scared to speak up. They just do what they're told, which is crazy to me. It's just a lot of, well, not only is it anger and hatred, but I mean, here's the thing. People deserve the truth, and they deserve to be shown the patterns of behavior that have happened, because there are a lot of victims. And again, I personally speak to all of these people. I have personal relationships with all of these victims, all of them. All of them. Some of them won't even leave their houses. They don't even want to go to the store to get groceries. Okay. That's not okay. That is not okay. And as you guys know who have been here for a long time, nobody fucking suffers in silence over here. Nobody. And I mean nobody. Not a fucking single person. I don't that's not, no. Oh, man. Damn it. No good. I'm disturbed at what was sent to Ashley. I'm fucking disturbed. Oh, yeah, he's got a ton of fake accounts that he'll just keep attacking you with those, and that's half the problem, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's because you're speaking here. I get them all the time, I just ignore them. Just ignore them. Just ignore them. If people really need to get in touch with me and it's not a troll, they'll email me. My email is always in the description. Oh, it's not in this one. Fuck, I forgot to put it in there. Either way, it's twistedtragedies3@gmail. Or they'll get a hold of me on X or Facebook. You know what I mean? I don't accept, and I know some of you probably did friend request me on my personal Facebook, but I don't usually accept those only because I'm close to the limit on my personal. And because in the past, I've accepted people as friends on my personal page, and then they take pictures of my children off of it and give them over to Turtleboy so he can post them online. So I no longer do that unless I've made a actual relationship with you. So if you're on my personal Facebook, it's because I have then felt safe enough because I've spoken to you for a while and we have a friendship. Because I've made that mistake before. My children do not deserve to have, especially my older one who's terminally ill. She has no hair right now. She's got all this medical going on. We're not doing that. You know what I mean? We're fucking not doing it. Not doing it. Okay. Right? If they were paid all that money, they would change their view in a second. It's unfortunate. I did. I know I was very behind. Hold on. I got to get to the bottom of these guys. Hold on. Pat 7-6. Okay. Hold on. Oh, he's been running a blackmail operation to give him cover for a long time. All right, hold on. I know I'm wicked behind. I got to get to the bottom. To me, he doesn't get to pick and choose what we're interested in. No, he doesn't get to pick and choose, but he wants to pick and choose when it's, when it's about him, right? He doesn't want anybody to unsubscribe or whatever. It was uncalled for, Julie. All over jealousy, shocking adults act like kids. Yeah, 100%. Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to get down. I'm sorry. I'm super behind, but you guys know how I am, right? With making sure that I read you guys' comments, and I like to make sure everybody's heard, Yeah, Este's in here. I know Benny loves you, Este. He's very fond of you because he's met you in person. So he tells me all the time. And I don't blame you, because a lot of people actually right at that point, it was a lot of people unsubscribed from him or just stopped watching him because they could see what was happening when it happened to me. They immediately were like, wait a second, something ain't right here. Something ain't fucking right here, And I wish that more people would have seen what the hell was going on, because it probably would have saved them a lot of, it would have saved them a lot of heartache in the long run, Oh, that was really nice. Oh, I don't blame you, Wallflower. That would be a hard chat to have to be a mod in, right? I don't have to prove anything to anybody, I just don't. Bottom line. I just don't. That's half of the problem, Panda, right? That's an extremely dangerous thing, is having everything that you do be justifiable, no matter how bad it is or what law is broken, that there's always a fucking way to justify it or make an excuse on it. Ooh, penalty? Fuck. See, I'm a huge Pats fan, so missing this is killing me right now. Because it is personal. I don't think you understand the backstory and the things that are happening behind closed doors and how many people are being hurt. It is personal. She is not the only one that he has wiretapped. It's just the only thing that people are actually listening to, right? She's one of a friggin' bunch of people he has wiretapped and used it as blackmail. It is personal. People are now starting to realize that he has done all of this as a pattern of behavior he's been doing for a very long time. He has endless amounts of victims of people he has harmed in their real lives. It was a bullshit call. God damn it. God damn it. He has no clothes. I love it. Emperor has no clothes, right? I can't. It's just disgusting. It is not okay. This is not okay, right? This is not okay. Which means they probably dropped it off at your house if that's what they did. If it was a fake FedEx tracking number. Like, that's who does this? Why? Like, why? Why? Like, why? This is ridiculous. Right, exactly. Everyone stop talking about it. Sweep it under the rug. You know? I mean, who does this? Well, it's a fake FedEx number. I mean, you're sending a rat to someone dead in a glass jar. Dead rat? That's a threat. That's a death threat. What the actual hell is wrong with people? Like, that is not okay. That's why I told her to go call the police. That's absolutely a fucking death threat. You know? That's crazy. That's another thing. I don't know how anybody got your address either. Like, that again, we have to think about how they did that, you know? This is what I'm talking about, guys. When I tell you I haven't told you guys everything that's happened behind closed doors, like the things that I have been through from being attacked by this mob of lunatics, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. This is the kind of shit that happens. If you stand up with the victims and you speak out with the victims, this is this type of stuff. It's not normal. That's not normal behavior. You know? It's not normal behavior. It was, yeah. So they probably dropped it off themselves, as I'm guessing, you know? Stu will never take anything down. He'll never take anything down or correct anything that's a lie, ever. You know? Karen Reed has talked about this. She went on JFK's show in the chat. And how do we know it's Karen? And she has a wrench, which means they had to physically get her URL from YouTube, from her channel, from her, and add her as a mod. So, yes, it's her. And yes, she has talked about it publicly. Yeah, I don't know if it was physically mailed or if they dropped it there, you know? I don't know. Well, that's the thing. You know, if it has an Amazon number, I can probably have my husband look it up and see, but I don't you know, if it's their Amazon box, they could have taken it from a neighbor for all we know, you know? But keep that Amazon number if it's still on the box, Ash, and send it to me, you know? Hey, Sky. All right, hold on. The front hall of the camera not accessible until Tuesday. Oh, yeah, because Monday's a holiday, right? Yeah. Fuck. The front office isn't going to be able to give it to you until then. Yeah. So I've had those for a while. There's a few of them, but I've had those for a while. That's the part of when he tried to blackmail her, and I keep telling people nobody listens, but I've been telling people for a while. Ooh, touchdown. I mean, okay. So hold on. So you think that she lied about Aiden wiretapping her? I'm just asking because I mean, I think she's guilty. Most people know that, but that's not what the stream is about. You think she lied about Aiden wiretapping her? Because I mean, maybe I would think she's a liar if he didn't do it the same exact way he's done it to everyone else. And if I didn't have personal knowledge of it being a video every single time and this one also being a video, and you can tell that he has the first phone on speakerphone, which means he's using the second phone like he always does with the video, as he always does. There's a reason why you guys only heard pieces of the clip, pieces of the audio, and not the full thing. And it's because the full thing doesn't make either one of them look good and could get them into some trouble, which is why whoever let it out clipped it like that, you know? And yes, it affects other people's real, actual lives. you know? Yes, we do love you, you know? Oh, we love you, Donna. We love you. We love you. Well, listen, you don't have to believe anything that comes out of her mouth. I'm telling you, he did it. He did that. That is something he did, and it's something he's done numerous times. Choose to do with it what you will, but he did do it. You know, it's bottom line is he did do it. We love you, Ash. I know I'm trying to get to the bottom of these goddamn fucking comments. That's sick. That is sick. So she's got to get the cameras, but not till Tuesday. The front office won't have them probably until Tuesday, right? No shit. Right? That's where a lot of people choose to be because they just feel like it's the right thing, right? You know? This is why when I explain to you, like, this is something he's been doing for a long time. I mean, this is something he's been doing for a long time. He threatens people on like a weekly basis. I have the amount of things that I have in writing from victims of him, all different victims, people who don't even know each other exists, okay, is sick. It's freaking sick. All right. The amount of threats and the way he thinks he can control people. It's sick. It's real sick. Always. Everyone should be treated with respect. Unless they're being disrespectful, there's no reason, you know? He doesn't want to take accountability for anything. Nothing at all. He wants to sit there and disparage everybody else on planet Earth and be like, hey, look the other way. Don't look at me. Don't look at what I do. Don't do that. That's nope. I know you already went down there. Yeah. I'm behind. Yeah. See, that's not okay. That's scary shit, dude. You know, you shouldn't have to change the commute to your kid's school because a turtle rider's finding out where your kid was. That's friggin' scary shit, bro. Like, that's not normal. That's not freaking normal. You know? It's not fucking normal. There are people that won't even leave their houses, you know? And I mean, people sit there and watch him scream at people on his stream all the time. You don't get to tell me about and as they're donating money to him, you don't get to tell me about my channel, blah, blah, and you're still going to sit here and you're not going to unsubscribe and you're going to keep giving me money. Like him saying this on a public stream, screaming at someone because he doesn't like the simple, they weren't being rude. They were giving a little constructive criticism, but not be like, hey, should we move on from this? Like, I don't know why, whatever. And he just fucking blows a gasket. Like, why not just bounce them out if you don't like what they said and you think it's that bad? Bounce them out. Why do you need to scream and yell and do the whole, you're still going to subscribe to me and you're still going to send me money and you're going to not less than $5. Can't be less than $5. Like, what? He doesn't appreciate anything. He thinks everything should just be given to him, by the way. So all the money that people give him, he thinks of it as, well, good, they should, and they're going to anyway. He doesn't think of it as, oh my God, I am so excited that, I was able to make a living on today's stream, right? Like I was able to cover my costs and then maybe make some, nope. Because people just throw it at him the way they do, he's like, thinks that it's owed to him. It's owed to him. That's not normal, dude. Oh, we have this was from 151, but I have a $5 donation. I don't know. I'm not going to read the name because I don't know if this person wanted their name read, but it's a heart. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, that's insane to me that they did this. It's a rat. It's because she stands with the victims like I do. And so that's a threat, right? So if she didn't stand with the victims the way that I do you think that would have been sent to her? If she didn't make it publicly known that she does, We're going to fucking find out who did it. We're gonna. Big go. You can't blame the middle person if you gave them to someone. Same thing with the recording. If you gave it to someone, you are fucking responsible. You should. You absolutely should. She's, Christina, you have me on regular Facebook, so you could have her message me anytime. It is stalking. That's what every victim deals with, But that's the thing. He doesn't care if he's out on bail. He doesn't give a shit. He does not care. And this is when I hear people say, well, he's not that stupid. Aren't I afraid Aiden will come after me because I'm talking about him? Well, no, he comes after me anyway. He's been coming after me for 3 years. There's nothing else he can fucking do to me. What is he going to do? First of all, let's be very clear. Hypothetically speaking, if he tried to physically come at me, he would just get knocked out. Okay. Just number one. Number two, if he just wants to run his mouth, well, that's something he's been doing for 3 years. That's him and his mom have been doing that for 3 years. And is it hard? Yeah, it's fucking hard because these are the kinds of things that happen when you do speak up. The things that happen to Ashley. Now, these are the things that I've dealt with. Okay. Phone calls, text messages, emails, things sent to my house. Like I said, like all sorts of crazy, diluted psycho shit. But if I don't, who's going to? So no, I am not afraid of him. He does not scare me. I have dealt with far worse than him. Far worse. I'm a survivor of domestic violence and of sexual assault as a child for numerous years. There is much worse out there for me and what I've dealt with than him, and he can bring it the fuck on, dude. If he wants to attack me because I stand for the victims he has harmed and the innocent people he keeps lying about, then so fucking be it. So goddamn be it. So fucking be it. He's already been doing it for 3 years. There's nothing new that I'm going to deal with. That's for damn fucking sure. You know? That's the thing. You're trapped in sort of a mob mentality, you know, and it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. It's not right. It's just not, you know? It's just not. Right? Isn't it? This is the way, right? This is the way. And maybe some anti-channels don't appreciate it. But again, I run my own channel. I stand alone. I go to the beat of my own goddamn drum over here. And it is the way. To have conversations is the way to figure things out, right? My drum does its own little beat, you know? It just does. It just freaking does. Let's see. That's okay. You can totally replay later. Thank you, Connor. I appreciate that. Some people are Wallflower and they're entitled to that opinion, you know? Nope. I've never worked with him. I think you mean Kate. I don't know why people keep getting me like confused with Kate. We don't even look alike. We don't talk alike. We don't look alike. I never worked with him. Kate worked for him. I've never worked for him, nor would I ever work for him. Yes, the new merch is there at that link. Well, it's wild how time changes things, right? I think probably because you were probably also fed like everyone else that we're so bad, we're terrible, we're awful, right? But that's just not reality. It's just not reality. It's not truth. They can say it as many times as they want that we're all bad and awful and terrible and you know, we're just scammers and crazy and all the same things, right? Like all the same things he says about everyone, but doesn't make it true. The problem is when you repeat it over and over and over and it becomes a mantra, that is when it starts the brainwashing. That's how a cult works. And for the amount of people that I have come to me later on and been like, I can now admit I was actually in a cult and I don't know how it happened to me because I'm an intelligent person and I could have never imagined that now being out of it, I realized that it was a cult. It was a mob mentality cult. And I'm too intelligent of a person to want to admit that, but I am now admitting it. And if I had a nickel for every time someone says this to me, I'd be rich, you know? Well, yeah, there's definitely, there's a mix. There's a mix in here for sure. You know, there's a large mix. It is one of the most valuable currencies. I agree. You know, we are a civil bunch. That's exactly right. Because you don't have to hate people just because, you know, you just don't. Just because they had a different opinion doesn't mean you have to hate them, you know. I think, you know, there's a lot more people willing to have these conversations now, you know. I would love that. You know how hard I work to try to make this, you know, channel back up where it should be. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate that. So yes, you guys know the way to support the channel. Bunch of different ways to do so. And I do read them. So when they come in, I read them. You can remain anonymous. I don't have to say your name. I don't usually if it's a new name and I don't know the name or if it's someone I know should remain anonymous. I just say anonymous, you know. I appreciate that, Donna. And you deserve the support too. So if you need me and Ashley to come out there, I will try to, you know, raise the funds for the gas money and the food, and we will happily sit with you in court and and be your support system, you know, because everybody needs a support system. Yeah, he's been recording her for a long time. Yeah, the fact that people think there's only one recording, I find funny because there isn't. He's recorded her numerous times. It's what he does, you know. It's just what he does. I can't be responsible for the things that I say that fly out of my mouth, guys. You know, right? The animosity. It's not necessary. It's just not. Yes, Donna donated $5. I appreciate that, Donna. Appreciate you. But aren't you glad you left now? All that sort of weight off your shoulders, you know? You should be able to leave without retaliation, but you can't. Why? Because you saw a lot and you heard a lot. Therefore, you need to be attacked so you can shut up. I mean, that's the mentality, right? Like, that is the mentality. Exactly. And he'll send other people to do it for him, you know? That's right. I mean, listen, I literally have been the victim of corruption in Norfolk County myself. Like, myself, I have. So believe me, I know what it looks like when it exists. And when there is something like that that I feel is necessary to talk about, then I will, you know? Then I will. Kids should always be off limits. Always. Yep, that's the email. Yeah, Tom CPU. Yep, he did a whole thing on him. I will not get you back. I will not get you killed. You know what I mean? As a person. Listen, as a person, you know what I meant. I know I will not. Once your other half, you know, meets me, she'll get my the way I say things. Right, the bus stop. He called the cops one time when JLR came. And was across the street. He called the cops, even though he was after he ranted and raved about it was okay because he's on a public street and the rolling rally is okay. He then called the cops and JLR for being on a public street and yelling at him from a public street. It was hilarious. Like, oh, you don't like it when other people do it, but it's okay when you do it. Cool, got it. Second quarter, 14-13. Let's go, Pats. Let's do it. That's right. I will not get you killed, I promise. But yes, that's exactly what you have said to me. Well, I think you have to know, right? I mean, you have to know. You have to know he would use those tactics. I mean, although I do think he got, I don't know if it's worse or just more bold with time and money, you know? You know? Yeah, no, right? No more parodies, bro. It definitely reveals who they are. That's for damn sure, you know? What you're doing is so important because people will start to open their eyes and it'll be channels like yours who everyone is going to eventually listen to for information, truthful information. Let's hope so, because this is stuff I have been saying for a long time, you know? Yeah, no, it's been reported. But that's the thing. It's stuff that continues to happen. Well, you know what? Massachusetts doesn't want to take it seriously. So let's just hope that New Jersey is taking it way more seriously than Massachusetts, because if this was another state, people would already be sitting behind bars. If it, you know what I mean? Bottom line. You know, I fully believe that he probably did that to himself. 100%. You know? And I am, and I try to be, but I'm holding on by a thread here. You know? They're in the depths of a cult. Well, that's the thing. They can't rationalize that it's a cult. And that's half of the problem is, and most people who are in a cult don't realize they're in a cult until they're out of the cult. Remember that, guys. You know, remember that. We have another truth bomb coming in. $10 for a truth bomb. A $10 donation from a truth bomb. I love that I have the little bomb explosions now. Yeah, but he basically admitted that the DePetro fiasco was made up. He had no content, right? You know? Well, he is a narcissist. He hates that. He hates that. If you call him a narcissist and you're like a person who is following him and he knows your name, he will flip out, you know? Do I think? No. He hasn't paid taxes in like 10 years. And I know that because he admitted that to 2 of his exes who I am good friends with. Let's make something very clear here. Okay? Leah is one of my very, very close friends. And she was an ex of his, as you guys know. And she's an amazing person. The way she's been attacked is gross. It's gross. It's just gross. It's the same shit that he's done to so many other people, you know? Yeah, girl, she's in my block. As Puerto Ricans, we get a little crazy sometimes. I'm such a weird mix of Puerto Rican, Irish, Portuguese. And Congolesian. I'm a weird mix, y'all. A very weird mix. Yes, he does. And I was like pulling for that relationship. I'm like, you got this, Benny. You got this. You got this. You know, I don't know. It's a good question. He has followers that like work in the court system, but at the same time, people are too afraid. People are even the attorneys don't the prosecutors don't want to take the cases because they don't want their lives, their families' lives, dragged through the mud with a bunch of lies. Nobody does. Nobody does. But Donna got it here in front of a judge. Thank God. Oh my God, a spreadsheet. Imagine. I really feel like I need to hire somebody from Fiverr to make a spreadsheet. I kid you not. I kid you not. I kid you not. I feel like we need to make a fucking spreadsheet. But that's the thing judges have. They're not taking it serious, tells me you care nothing about he doesn't care about the First Amendment. Although he screams about it and cries about it, he only cares about his First Amendment. He doesn't care about the First Amendment, right? There's a recording a while ago about her admitting to the blackmail. I've had that for a really long time. And the fact that he tried to blackmail Karen because he was mad over Nick Rocco going on court TV, and the fact that he wasn't saved a seat by Karen because Karen was pissed off. That's what I'm saying. We have people who won't even leave their fucking houses, bro, are afraid to go to the grocery store. This is not okay. This is not okay. Yeah, there are several of those ones as well. I mean, I've had those for a long time. I'd have to go real far back to pull those out of the ashes. He spreads so much hate, so much hate. So much. I'd be embarrassed for my kids to see me acting like a fucking unhinged lunatic online years and years later, Yeah, today's Monday's a holiday, so she's not going to be able to get the footage until Tuesday if they, have their face on the footage. Crazy. That's a damn good question, Beach Dance. I wish I had the answer to that. I wish I did. I wish. I did answer this one already, but I am putting it on the screen. Yeah, a lot of it would probably be smart. And there's so many. There's so many more like that I don't publicly name of the victims, obviously, because they come to me and if they don't want their names out there, that's I respect that and their anonymity and them, hiding because they're afraid, Oh, because he's running out of shit to talk about. So apparently Natalie is the new, he has no content for people. He's got no content. None. So now at this point, he's got to start going over old shit or making up new beefs with people. That's the only way he knows how to make content. That's it. That's it. Right? Or it needs to stop fucking around. Come on. It's gross, I've been homeless before. It is what it is, It doesn't give anybody a right to sit there and disparage other people because of the traumas they've been through. It's gross to me. It's gross to me, Yeah, and it's women mostly. It's 99% women. Listen, girl, I was in your shoes last year. I've been in my place for a while now, but I was in your shoes last year. So believe me, I get it. I get it. I freaking get it. Especially when someone affects your income. Like, that's not okay. It is not okay. Yeah, that is the scary part is they're not the only ones. There's so many more that you guys don't even know about. Like, it hurts my heart. Okay. It hurts my fucking heart. Literally. You're not. No one is. No one, all of you know you're not alone. I say this to you. I check in on you mostly daily. All of them, because I want them to know they're not alone. I wanted them to know like there is someone that gives a fuck about you. And there are people who are not, cultists or mob members who will be there for you. If you need a shoulder to lean on, if you need to scream, if you need to yell, if you need to talk about, what the weather's like instead. If you want to talk about what cartoons your children were watching yesterday, just to talk about something else. You want to go get a coffee and listen to music and laugh. I'm in, right? I'm in. Let's do it. Like, I'm in every time. You need to text me at 3 a.m, you do it. You do it. You do it. You need to text me at 3 p.m, you do it. You know? Oh yeah, YouTube holds my comments on my own stream. I was just wondering, because if the Leah Insider, no, I don't know, that's probably a typo, right? Yeah, that's Kate. I never worked for Aiden. I never would. I wouldn't suggest anybody do it, you know? I believe that he will be held accountable at some point, you know? How do we know we're not being played? Well, I'm telling you, you're not, that he did record her. So I'm telling you that it happened, you know? It happened. It absolutely 100% happened. Get ready for the chat going crazy. The channel is growing. Let's hope so. We've grown a couple. I think it was like 200 and something in the last 30 days, which is good. You know, but we got to get a lot bigger to be able to sustain this. I'm hanging on by a thread. You know, I'm hanging on by my fingertips. Hard, you know. A lot of these people would never say any of this stuff to our faces. Let's be very clear. You know. Right, exactly. It's okay to have an opinion, and we don't have to tear each other apart. And hurt each other, insult each other for a different opinion, you know? You'll never be alone. Never, ever, ever. No, ever. Yeah, that is a dangerous precedent, a very dangerous one. But also it runs to why is the courts allowing this to happen, right? Why are they not putting a stop to this? Because if you don't want it played out on social media, maybe actually deal with it in a courtroom. And I think Massachusetts isn't taking it nearly as seriously as they need to, you know? Was it a dead turtle? It looked like a dead rat in the picture, but maybe it was a dead turtle. I don't know. But either way, like, what the fuck is that? Like, what the hell is that? That is weird shit, dude. That's weird. You know? Yeah, the list of victims will blow your fucking mind, unfortunately. You know? Unfortunately, it absolutely will blow your mind, the list of victims. It's far and wide and long. It really hurts my heart, to be honest. You know, it shouldn't happen to anyone. We're at 96% on the phone here. Let me get this plugged in if I can find here we go. I know I need to get down to the bottom of these freaking comments. Jesse does do a fantastic job. She does. Must be worried about his New Jersey case because he asked his followers not to come and support him there. No, he told them not to come and support him there because it's a bad look. Anywhere else except Massachusetts, it's a bad fucking look. It is not a good look to have a bunch of idiots, you know, showing up at your court dates so that you look like the, you know, cult leader, you know? Like, come on. Right? She definitely gets the best moderator award. All of my mods do. All of them. He did it to the wrong one when he did it to Karen. He did it to the wrong one when he did it to fucking me. Bottom line. Because I will not stop. There's a reason I've been a volunteer advocate for 18 years and long before I had a channel. And it's because I'm fucking relentless when it comes to helping victims and helping people in positions that I've already been in. I don't stop and I figure out a solution. Right? So, oh God, he upped his give, send, go to 300K. I mean, will there be a second charge in New Jersey? Stay tuned. Maybe. Possibly. I mean, if he keeps fucking around with people, he could have charges everywhere all over the goddamn country, you know? Of course she regrets it. That's a no-brainer. She regretted it when he started threatening her in the first trial. You know? I get it. Everyone's responsible for their own behavior, but I do have to give some level of understanding to the fact that, like, when you're being manipulated mentally and emotionally in that way, and that's a lot of people in, you know, shitty positions in their lives, or they're just easy to target. It's, you know, it's not okay. It's not okay. But at the same time, like, I recognize that a lot of it comes from this sort of mind control brainwashing of a cult, unfortunately, you know? Retired judge, yeah. Yeah, he's not very smart. Let's just put it that way. He's not a very smart man. Pat 13, Saint 16, 2-minute warning to halftime. That was probably a couple minutes ago, by the way. Yeah, it would be postmarked if it was mailed, for sure. We took a picture of it. Yeah, listen, if you need us there, we'll figure out a way. We'll figure out a way to get down there for you, you know? You just let us know and we'll plan it, try to plan ahead of time. It'll be probably 10 days before my birthday. My birthday's on Black Friday this year, guys. So yeah, I'm gonna do like a birthday stream before Black Friday, like probably a week before my birthday. I'll do like a birthday stream. Because that's Thanksgiving week. The day before my birthday is Thanksgiving, so I'll have Thanksgiving, my birthday off. So we'll do it like ahead of time. Yeah, he doesn't care about 1A. Yeah, I mean, 3 different. Yeah, there's a bunch of them too. Conversations. Hello, Christy. Welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you, Donna. I would really appreciate that. Any and all support is welcome. We are a small channel, so we do depend on you guys to help us out in that aspect. There's 173 of you on YouTube, but there's 341 of you watching on X. Many people who can't comment because they're too afraid. Bottom line. I do want to get down to the bottom of these comments, so I'm going to skip by some. But while I'm doing that, if you would like to support the channel, we would more than appreciate it. We need that help. That's why I put out an X post the other day, because, you know, this is important for someone to be speaking for all of this. And my channel is small and my costs are going up. Like, I'm doing clips because I'm trying to grow the channel, but I can't grow the channel without paying for the thing per month that helps me make the clips, right? So the costs are going up while I'm trying to grow this thing so that I can hold on, and I'm holding on by a thread, and I can't do it without you guys' help. I just can't. That's the bottom line. I don't have anyone else that helps me with the cost. You guys are the ones, you know, when I get on here and we do these lives and we bring out these truths, it's because you guys support the channel. And so I need, you know, the support and the help now more than ever. You know, the ramped up attacks, like it's all for a reason. This is what they do. They try to shut you up, shut you down so that nobody can tell anybody what's going on. You know, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, R. Listen, girl, forever 21. I tell my kids every year I'm going to be 21 again. My oldest is going to be 21 3 days after my birthday. And she's like, so we're both 21? Like, yeah, we're both 21. Dare. You know, my oldest is 3 days after my birthday. My youngest is 7 days before mine. So I have all these things on my Amazon wish list that I need to get. That's probably going to be physically impossible, but all of the like Stitch hula stuff, whatever, is for her birthday. It's like we're going to try to rent the hall that's near my house. It's like a street over, and do like an indoor luau for her 8th birthday. But I'm also trying to have a Halloween party next Saturday, and I have all this Halloween stuff on my list that I still have to get that I have not gotten yet. And I'm like, oh, which things I'm going to be able to afford and which things do I need to try to find at, you know, a Dollar Tree at this point, you know? That, you know, it's funny to me when they said food stamp 5, because it's like most of us didn't get food stamps. So I don't know why we'd be calling it food stamp 5 when most of us don't get food stamps. So we pay cash. I don't have housing. And even if I did, I would need it, but I don't have housing. I pay market rent. It's just insane to me. Like the shit that they say to disparage people. It's nonsensical, you know? Oh, you're poor. Yeah, I live paycheck to paycheck. Yep. I have $3 and 3 daughters and sick family members and a lot of expenses. So, and I don't even have a car, which means I have to pay for transportation, right? Got to go to the store. You got to Uber. Got to go to the laundromat. You got to go to Uber. And that's there and back, right? Like, come on, man. Yeah, typos are totally okay here. We're not, you know, spelling Gestapos. It's a Sunday. I love that. I love that. I always tell her, like, dude, text me while you're, you know, she sent me videos of the dog playing with all the toys. It was so cute. It was adorable. The dog had like all the dog toys and just tuckered itself out. It should. It should be increased because what they have going now doesn't even pay for like 14 days of groceries. It's unfortunate. And also the federal poverty guidelines have been the same since the 80s. They need to be increased substantially, you know. Of course it would be. But they no, we already know who did that. We know it was him. We know it was him. Nobody's allowed to threaten your safe space, dude. My home is my safe space, and they have already Pat touchdown with 32 seconds. Sweet. They've already violated my fucking safe spaces a million times over, Yeah, believe me, I do. As an advocate, I as a volunteer advocate, I make sure that the people that I work with, in case these are the things that they need, that I bring them to those places or show them where to get, the information or where to sign up, Yeah, well, yes, and again, most of us have paid taxes our entire lives and worked hard our entire lives. So when you do need that help, it's supposed to be there for that reason. So it's like, I don't get it. Disparaging people who do need help makes no sense. They paid taxes their entire fucking lives to make sure that help was there to access it. Happy birthday to Beach Nance's son. He's 37, so he's right behind me. I'm going to be 39. 39. So most people are thinking he recorded her, even though he's denying it. Well, I mean, he did. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He did. I mean, even Jess Machado is admitting, like, he to act like that recording just magically doesn't exist, or it's AI, or it's a paralegal. I mean, it's absurd at this point. Not only did he record it, it's a video. And he did that in the same instance of Steve Scanlon, Lucky Lawfriend, Lindsay, Lisa, and so many other people I can't name because their names aren't public. And I have all that. So it's like, it's the same thing he's done time and time and time and time and time again. There was nobody else there with him. The documentary crew wasn't there. Only him and Karen were on the phone. It's not rocket science at that point, It absolutely should. No, I mean, it's just ridiculous for anybody to be doing that. Like, it's just ridiculous. We got lots of birthdays, huh? Forever 21 is what I'm saying. Woo. I'm almost down to the bottom. Oh, sweet. Pat's 22, 16, 25 seconds to halftime. That's right. Yep. That's right. That's freaking right. Absolutely freaking right. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate you. You're totally welcome. I hope you have an amazing birthday. Yeah. Is not having a car, so it's hard to be able to get these places when you don't have a car and it's not within walking distance. So it makes it even more difficult. But I love the dollar store for that kind of stuff. Happy birthday. Halftime. Pat's 22 to 16. Sweet Jesus. Sweet. Yeah, it's expensive, I wish. Don't we wish those were still the prices, Christy? Like, so that's not really much of a story, Heartstar. I mean, that's really not even much of a story. And to be honest, the family doesn't need any more heartache. They don't need me, talking about their, personal business that they've already gotten over. There isn't really much of a story there other than Aiden's just a giant piece of human garbage per usual, Yeah, he did that to Tom a long time ago. The blog might even still be up. I kid you not. Yeah, exactly. 80,000 doesn't even cover your rent and your food and your gas and your electric. It doesn't, 80,000 is poverty level at this point still in Massachusetts. I can't speak for other states, but you're talking about one of the most expensive states in the country is Massachusetts. And we are literally drowning over here. Like, oh, thank you, a lot. I appreciate it. Your $9.99 donation. She said, I'm free Karen read all the way, but it takes guts to do this. And two, I love your loyalty and great. I appreciate that more than you probably know. I do, because you're right. It not only takes grit, but it takes a lot of having thick skin, because the shit that I deal with outside of like this live stream, like in real life, the way that I'm harassed endlessly, emails, text messages, things sent to my home, phone calls, the things they say, the things they do, take pictures of my children. And it's gross. It's fucking gross. It's really disgusting and it's gross. And, it's something that I've gotten used to over time, but it doesn't make it any less shitty, right? It doesn't make it any less gross. And I don't think anybody should not speak up at this point, because if we just sit in silence, and that happens to more and more people, right? More and more and more people it'll happen to. More and more and more. If we do not stand up and say, wait a second, you know? So, I mean, someone's got to do it. And because I know of so many victims at this point, it's like, if I say nothing, I'm part of the problem. If I do nothing, I'm part of the problem. That's part of what allowed them to get away with lying about me for so long, was I didn't really say much. And I was just like, you know what, am I going to address this fucking nonsense? It's nonsense. And even though I knew it was nonsense, and people I know it's nonsense, other people don't. Other people didn't. People don't start waking up until it starts happening to people they care about, or something like this becomes public. And then they're like, wait a second, now I need to rejudge the character of this person that has been lying through their teeth about numerous things. So you're going to Billerica. Well, I just saw your donation. Thank you, John. And hold on. I'm trying to find my, okay, you guys, I got all these little new little sounds. Ooh. Applause now. Yes, applause. That's a punch, apparently. You got a laughing onion? You even have gunshots. Okay? We have gunshots. It's a long laugh. That one's a long one. Then we have gunshots. Then the slide. Then the heartbeats. Fountain. That'll make someone want to go pee. I'm telling you. That sounded. And the gong. Oh, wait. And then it's a man screaming. This is what I imagine Aiden sounds like when he's sitting in a cell. You imagine? Like, I imagine this is what he sounds like in a cell with no Wi-Fi and no internet. So thank you, Jack, for your $10 truth bomb. Truth bomb, I appreciate you. And here's one from a little while ago. This one's from Pam, $10, and she said, just because, thank you, Pam, is another truth bomb. Appreciate you. You know, appreciate you. Yeah, Columbus Day is Monday. The kids don't have school, you know. But Billerica, geez, we're going to Boston to Billerica. But we're on a conspiracy travel. I love it. When people take me with them, we call it a conspiracy. So if they're going for a dog walk, it's a conspiracy dog walk. If they're traveling, it's a conspiracy travel. If they're going to if you go to the bathroom and you're like, I'm bringing you guys to the bathroom. Well, we're going to the conspiracy bathroom. You know what I mean? Like, everything is a conspiracy. So, you know, anytime I was brought to the conspiracy car wash the other day. Somebody brought me to the car wash. I was the conspiracy car wash. He wrote a blog about Tom CPU when Tom revealed that he cheated on his wife with someone a long time ago, and he didn't want to admit it to anybody, and he wanted to call Tom a liar because he thought he would lose the little audience he had, which he probably would have. And so instead of just admitting it and being open and honest and saying he was sorry, he called Tom a liar, and then he got on his streams and he did his blogs and he wrote all this awful shit to cover up the fact that he was lying. And this is something he has done to numerous people over years, and that was years ago. And now I guess Tom has Stockholm because why would you go back to somebody that abusive that would lie about you that way? Why? Like, why? You know? Thank you, Qbert. I appreciate that very, very much. The joys of not having a car and having to get on a train. We don't have trains. Like, there's no like train around town here. It sucks. You know? It sucks. I hope you're doing great today. Jack, missed you. Right? There's a lot of discontent, right? It is gross. All the tactics they employ are gross. But this is the kind of stuff I've been dealing with for 3 years with him. So it's like, what else? What else do you think you can do to me? You know? What else do you think that you can do to me at this point? There isn't much. And I do have all of you that help have my back and support me. And without you, I wouldn't be able to, right? But you have to remember, I'm just the catalyst. I'm just the human. I'm just the body with the vocal cords to be able to speak. Behind me, that you can't see, are all the numerous victims who have been threatened into silence or blackmailed into silence or afraid, right? So those are the people that I'm here for, right? Those are the ones that matter. I'm just a voice for it because right now they don't have any. Right this minute, it has been taken from them. And that's not okay. That's just not okay. I know, right? I do too. They're new. They're like a new thing StreamYard has. Gee, thanks, StreamYard. You know? That's right. I'm a woman. Hear me more. God damn it. But yes, Monday, tomorrow is Columbus Day. Are you the Jack from Norwood? I think Jack lives in Boston, I believe, but I am playing it for every donation. It gets played for everyone. We're dropping the truth bombs. Of course you can. You don't even have to ask that. I support other creators. I support other people. And even though I don't have a very big audience to give them, I support other people. A lot of channels don't do that. They won't let you plug your channel or other people's channels because they're afraid they're going to lose people in their audience. And God forbid anybody, support multiple people. I support other channels and multiple people. So yes, of course you can. The boing. I know. I like the boing. That one was a good one, right? This one. That one. It's a pretty good one, right? It's a pretty good one. You are the Jack. You're our Jack. Therefore, you are the Jack. Okay? Oh my God. I should get some Sean sound clips. That'd be great. Give me the McDonough. Give me the McDonough. Yeah, Mattapan's Boston. Mattapan's Boston, my friend. Mattapan. I'm originally from the city. I was born actually at St. Elizabeth's in Dorchester. And my family lived down that way for a very long time. I get some funny sound clips. They're new, so I'm like, I'm using these now. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. If it's a link, you're gonna have to send it to me or Jesse, because the links won't pop through unless you're a mod. How long have you been following Aiden Lease? I never heard of him until the Karen Reed case. So that's the thing. I really didn't know much about him before that case either. I have heard the name. I knew he did sports. I didn't really know much more about him at that point than this, So I don't know. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how many people actually really did know about him before that. I think a lot of people started following along when freaking Karen Reed hit, right? So I became familiar with him right in the beginning of all that, of the Karen Reed case. And over time of sort of being in the same places I was in, covering it and like whatever, got to know him a little bit and the way that he was doing things. But because I knew about him cheating on his wife and multiple other women, because his then girlfriend called me in tears. I told this story yesterday, I think. Lauren called me in tears for the Halloween party because Aiden had called her and said he was going to bring this new girl that he was seeing, which was Lindsay. And he had been telling Lauren for the previous 2 weeks not to listen to the trolls every time she asked him if he was seeing someone else, because people were saying they saw him in a restaurant with someone. And he was like, don't listen to the trolls, Lauren. So on the day of the Halloween party, she's dressed and ready to go. He calls and says basically, hey, I'm taking another girl there. Sorry, not sorry. And so, of course, she's in tears and she's upset. And so because I knew about that, and Lindsay got to the party, at some point she asked me like, oh, hey, where's Lauren? I want to talk to Lauren. I immediately assumed like, well, she's asking me to talk to Lauren and where Lauren is, like she had to have known what happened. Why, you know what I mean? Like, why else would she be asking me if she didn't know what just happened? So my answer to her was, Lindsay, she's not coming. She doesn't want to come. Like she just found out about you today. She's not comfortable coming. And Lindsay's response to that was, wait, what? And I was like, oh shit, she didn't know. I assumed with her asking me, right, where's Lauren? I want to talk to Lauren. Like, why would you be asking for her if you didn't know, right? But she didn't know. And so that was all it took for me to be public enemy number one. Now, what ended up coming out in the following days of that were that it wasn't just Lindsay and it wasn't just Lauren and it wasn't just his ex-wife, Julie, but there was a fourth woman that ended up contacting me. And so that made me bad, right? Because I knew that and a couple of other things he had done, which was check that he accepted for doing a charity event. and lying to people and telling them that he was, was there and did it of his own time for charity. He didn't. He was paid, even if he wasn't meant to be paid, or if they decided to pay him later or whatever excuse, he still took the check, right? So there were other things like that I knew about that he just didn't want out, which again, I had no interest in letting out, right? I had no interest in that at all. But because he's so fucking paranoid, because he continues to do horrible shit, I became bad in that moment, and he had to find other reasons to tell the world why he was so upset with me. For the first day or two, he just kept saying, well, she just did something to me personally. That's bad. It's bad. It's just bad. It took him 2 or 3 days to sort of come up with a reason why. Then it was my merch because it was something that Chris Albert said. So he thought he owned that. And it was, he had to find every tiny little nonsensical BS fucking reason on planet Earth. It's fucking crap. It's the same crap he does to everyone's a scammer and everyone's a crazy person. He pulled up my old GoFundMe's from when we had a fire, which we had. One from bringing my daughter to the only doctor in the entire country that studies her disease, because again, my child is one of 200 people on planet Earth with her disease. And one from years and years prior, where I was attempting to get these teeth over here fixed from the domestic violence I had ensued, which that one made no dollars, no cents. But I don't have family to run to, so GoFundMe is the last option, right? Need to get my kid across the country, do that. You had a fire and you lost everything. You got to do valid reasons don't make people scammers, because they have more than one over years and years time. They weren't oh, I had one and then another month later I had another. They're years apart. And then he adds in a bunch of people with the same name as me, but from different states. That's clearly not me, bro. Clearly, if you did 10 seconds of research, you would have known. But he threw those in there for good measure to make it fluff it up a little. This is just the shit. You know what I mean? This is the shit. But it's the same shit he'll do over and over and over and over. It's gross. It's just fucking gross. It's just fucking gross. It's unfortunate. Well, nothing over there goes without having something bad happen. And it's unfortunate. But again, when you're running with the sewer crew, they think that, if you get anywhere near them, you just get attacked for your voice. It's that simple. If they think that someone else donated to you that usually donates to them, you're taking money out of their pocket. So that's a problem. No, multiple people can donate to multiple channels, Yeah, I don't disagree with that. There are some things that Tom has said that I'm not, I'm not a fan of at all. And I don't agree with, not even a little bit. I don't watch him. I know you are my official Pats reporter. You literally are, Carol. You are. I want to know what's going on, man, because I can't watch it because I'm here with you guys. So keep it coming. Keep it coming, girl. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Right? Most people didn't know about him until that trial. And so they were unaware of his behaviors before that trial. So they just, some people think it's oh, well, he just made a mistake. Oh, it's just a one-off. No. Nope. No. No. This is stuff that has been happening for many, many years. Many, many years. Okay. It's not something that just popped up right now. And I think even in this point in time, in this moment right now, he's shunning people who are trying to be an actual friend to him or a decent friend to him in some way, because basically he doesn't want to hear them give the opinion, which is you're doing something wrong, right? He doesn't want to hear people telling him hey, what you're doing isn't right. You might want to stop doing X, Y, or Z. So instead he just, doesn't contact people who he was previously in contact with for quite a long time. It is what it is. He chooses to do that. He's spiraling. It's unfortunate that he thinks that he can use other people as a way to attack, to hide his. Why not just apologize for some of the things you did? Some of the things you've done. I can't today. It's Sunday. My feet are cold. My body hurts. That's why I keep moving. Dang. Yes, Pats fans always. I got my Pats jersey, my hoodie on. No worries. Rewind me 7 minutes. I told the whole story. I can't undo it again. I don't want to do it again. You know, I appreciate her doing this wonderful stream instead of watching the game. Oh, I wish I was watching the game. I love watching the game, but I can't. I know you guys are used to your Sunday morning streams. I can't give up my Sunday morning streams. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Maestro did a great animation. You know, a great animation. Does some great. See, I could never make an animation that good. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, I remember. Right? Who needs to watch the TV when we got you? Carol Pat's TV, right? We totally should do that. That's what we name you now. You're our official Pat's reporter for the Twisted Tragedies channel. That's what you are right now, Carol. He got mad at Phelps because Phelps, decided to do his research and didn't like that it wasn't kissing Aiden's ass. And so Aiden had a full fucking meltdown. And it's like, dude, what did you expect was going to happen, my guy? Realistically, what did you expect was going to freaking happen? Oh, you're an attorney. I love that. I love that. See, we always have so many smart, intelligent, kind, amazing, funny, beautiful. That's our community. That is how I describe our community of people. Literally. Because I love hearing all your different points of view. There's a reason why I'm always, 10 minutes behind in chat. And it's because I feel like it's important to hit everyone's comments. I don't do that thing where I don't read a comment unless someone does a super chat. That's just ignorant. I'm going to read it because you guys oftentimes will point out things that even I forgot. Or oftentimes one of you guys will have, or all of you guys will have valid points that should be shared with the fucking class, right? So I don't employ those tactics. And does it lose the channel money? Yeah, it does. It does. But at the same time, I integrate my audience because it's something that I love to do. And I think honestly, some creators are losing out on having those really close relationships with their communities and with their chats by not doing it. I think, they lose out by not doing it, making those connections with people. That's just my opinion, but you guys know how it works. Okay, 1 second, guys. I need to pull something up here. Let's see. All right. While I'm doing that, I put the stuff on the screen. I'm looking at something else for a second so I can show you guys something. But we are completely independent. We have no corporations and no scripted narratives, nobody breathing down our neck telling us shh or telling us what we can or can't say. Thank God, because if we were, things would be sweeping under the rug like most other creators right now are doing because they don't want to be caught up in the meltdown turtle. Okay. But that means when we go live, it's our community versus the lies and corruption, basically, right? That's something money can't buy, but donations do make it possible for me to keep this moving. So if you want to help us keep doing our streams and keep the channel going, and you believe in truth and real victims and people that don't fucking lie, please consider supporting the stream. There's Cash App, Chime, Revolut, Venmo, PayPal. There's a link in the chat for debit or credit cards that goes straight to my PayPal. But you can use any debit or credit card with it. It works for out of country. Every donation, big, small, it keeps us live, it keeps us uncensored, it keeps us fighting for the truth, speaking for the victims who deserve to be heard, by the way. You're not tipping a channel, you're fueling an investigation. That's what you're doing. You're funding free speech and you're funding the speech of victims who can't speak and who have been threatened or blackmailed or just are afraid to speak. You're backing a mission, basically, that refuses to be silenced by anyone or anything. So if you got love for Twisted and you want to help us keep exposing this stuff and speaking for the victims, we're calling them truth bombs today. Every donation is called a truth bomb. Sorry, guys. Together, basically, we'll keep the light on what people are trying to drag into the darkness and what other people can't step forward to say. That's what we do. When we're not covering a case. They're looking outside and I just saw a tow truck. I'm like, what's there a tow truck? But it went past my house. Obviously, I don't have a car, so we ain't towing anything here. this is what we do, right? Field goal. Field goal. Maestro is extremely intelligent. Maestro made us this QR code. Did you guys know that? This QR code in the corner here. Maestro made us this for people who have iPhones, because people who have iPhones could not buy memberships to the channel. People with Android devices could. They could buy them and they could gift them, but people with iPhones couldn't unless they went on like a computer. So Maestro made us the QR code up here that you can scan. So if you put people with iPhones, if you put me on your TV and you scan the code with your phone, with your camera, a little website will pop up and you click on it, and that will go straight to where you can buy a membership to my channel, or you could gift memberships to other people. Definitely think about becoming a member if you haven't. I'm going to start doing member only shorts because we're creeping up on 50 members. Yeah, 50. We're at like 47 or something like that. So once we get to a certain amount of members, we'll also start doing members only streams. So make sure that you get your membership if you can, for sure. All right, hold on. Oop, nope. What am I doing here? What's happening? I just clicked the wrong thing. We're huge Pats fans over here. Huge. You are. You're my official Pats reporter. You are. Okay, let's see. My comments didn't scroll as they should have. Jack said he was super impressed by Maestro through the trial. I was impressed by Maestro before that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Jack sends 5 memberships. I love that. Just Jim gets one. Lisa. Oh, I love that. Panda. Suzanne. Linda. Oh, I love that. It's most people that are here all the time. I love that. I love that for all of you. Thank you very much, Jack, for gifting those memberships. We appreciate you. I love that. I love it. Has everybody in chat hit the like button? That's a good question. I just heard music and I'm like, why is my phone going off on music? I don't even know what's happening. Why? Why is it still doing it? And I closed the thing. Wow. Sorry, guys. I need to just answer this real quick. Just making sure that I get this stuff off the screen on my phone, because when something else pops up, it won't pop up if I have stuff in the way. That's how I'm missing stuff when I'm... All right. But yes, Maestro always impressed me long before the trial started. Always, always, always. Field goal, Pats, 25-16. Sweet. Which link? Which link do we need? Yes, very wise. Very wise. Yeah, unless you're a millionaire, basically everyone is living in poverty. You got that right. You know, it's hard. Yeah, you have to have a lot of thick skin. A lot, you know? Oh, the animation. Any difference in politics in our country right now? Sorry, it's the truth, bro. No difference. Yeah, that's the thing. It does so many, you know? Has everyone in chat hit the like button? That is very sweet. Thank you, Jack. I love it. I love it. I love all of you. Love all of you. Yep, I love that all of you got one. Yeah, he was in protective custody, but he whines like a bitch like he wasn't. Like, dude, I know people who worked in the jail. Like, you know, I knew people who worked in the jail as COs. Like, come on, stop it. I also knew people who were in there and are still in there as inmates. So it's like, I know people on both sides of the fence. He seems to forget that I worked in a jail for the criminally insane. So I have lots of friends that work in that field. You know? Girl, you could say that again. If he is the smartest guy in the room, I'm concerned about the room. Facts. Literal facts, you know? I know, right? Hello, YouTube. You couldn't have picked the person whose birthday it was? You know? That's a part that I hate, that I can't control who gets one when people gift it or not, that YouTube randomly picks them, you know? Right? You send them an angry email. That's what So I'll say that to my husband when something like goes wrong, like you get the wrong burger, they didn't put your burger in the bag and you get all the way home. I'm like, send an angry email. That's my response to somebody when they complain. I'm like, send an angry email then. Like, send an angry email. Just send an angry email. You know? Yeah, he did. He cried. He cried a lot. He kept banging on the door. He kept banging on the door. They had to tell him it wasn't a fucking hotel. They had to tell him to shut the fuck up and it wasn't a hotel. I kid you not. I swear to God. That's what they told him. I kid you not. That is literally what they said. And it's like, he talks about his time in jail like he hated it, right? Like you hated it. You hated jail, right? Why in the actual fuck do you keep committing crimes then, sir? Let me just ask this real life question. Real life question. Why do you keep committing crimes, sir? I mean, you're going after pretty much anyone right now and have been for quite a while, but you got no content. So anybody who says boo to you that you don't like, you have to go after, right? So he's going after Donna for no real reason, calling her a scammer, which is utterly false. Utterly and completely fucking false. He's called everyone a scammer, by the way. Everyone's a scammer usually. If you're not a scammer, then you're crazy. It's either that or you're both. It's the same shit over and over, just recycled. He's always the victim, which is again ridiculous. He's always the victim. Darvo, by the way, that's what Darvo is when the perpetrator tries to flip it around and pretend to be the victim and pretends that the victims are the perpetrators. It's what he does. Like narcissists do that all the time. Fun fact, his mother once called him a narcissist and they got in a fight at a dinner. I mean, she wasn't wrong. She was not fucking wrong. She clearly was calling a ball and a strike. It just is what it is, right? But at the same time, what the fuck is going on with him considering to keep? I mean, here's the thing. You're going after Donna, right? You got this charge going, right? She's got the protective order and you keep talking about it, keep breaking the order. Why? Why do you keep breaking the order? Right? Then you get the charge and it's now you don't want to talk about it. Right? You don't want to fucking talk about it. You don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it. Right? Then you go after the second victim in New Jersey. And what did you expect was going to happen? Did he expect? Now, you know New Jersey's not fucking around, right? Because Massachusetts hasn't charged you with cyber stalking or cyber harassment, which, by the way, cyber stalking or cyber harassment can be a federal crime as well. Just to be clear here, okay? It can be also a federal crime if the feds decide to charge him with it. But then we're going after the second victim in New Jersey. You have a court date to show up to extend her order, and you have another court date for cyber harassment in New Jersey. And what do you decide to do? Go after another person in New Jersey for, shits and giggles. Now, let's be clear here. All right. How do I word this? I am going to check in on Ashley. Yes. If she's not still watching, yes, I'm definitely going to check in on her. But if I had to take a guess, I'd think that the second New Jersey girl is pressing charges. I mean, I strongly think so. I strongly think so. I mean, I just don't, he's not having a good time. He can't just get out of his own fucking way. But I strongly believe that he will probably see a second charge out of New Jersey. I mean, it's not rocket science. You don't have to bring Einstein back to figure out whether that could happen or not, right? Right? Right. I mean, why would you go after someone in the same state that you already have 2 court dates in? Does that make any clearly that state's taking this shit seriously, right? Unlike Massachusetts. So why would you pick, of all people, someone from that state? Again, does that seem logical to anyone? Does that seem sane and normal to anyone here? Just, asking for a friend, guys. Asking for a friend. But yes, I will check in with Ashley. It is traumatic. Believe me, I've dealt with it numerous times. It's fucking insane, Oh my God. I do have it somewhere. I'll pull it up for the tomorrow stream because I didn't pull it up right now, but I'll pull it up for tomorrow's stream. Yeah. I want the audio for that. I want the audio. To be fair, I'm also trying to get all his communications from the jail. They're trying not to give them to me, but in my opinion, you are property of the state at that point. So any emails you send or receive from the jail belong to the public, you know, belong to the public. So just saying. Just saying. We totally can play that next stream though, DJ. Actually, as a matter of fact, Jesse, write that down and remind me after the stream to pull that up for tomorrow's stream, or remind me in the morning to pull it up for tomorrow's stream. But I will definitely check in with Jesse before we, see, now I'm fucking up names, with Ashley before we end here. For his show today, it looks like he's going to discuss Natalie and the New Jersey lady. He's not going to stop until someone stops him. Well, that would be a huge mistake. So I would suggest that he doesn't talk about anybody from New Jersey. That's what I would suggest to him. Clearly, nobody around him has any brain or smarts. I would suggest that he doesn't. Just saying. Just saying. Donna said, thank you to everyone who donates and supports Lee. She has helped me and been here for me, and I appreciate her so much. And all of you know I appreciate you because you trusted me, right? You trusted to come to me and talk to me, and I appreciate that, right? So I'm, again, just the voice box, just the human, just the body, just the person. That's it. Yeah, it's on video of him crying in the back of the cop car, but there's no audio. Like, why not? It doesn't need to be redacted. I want the fucking audio. You know? That's one scared the shit out of me. That's Irene. Oh my God, I jumped right up. It's on X. You can find it on X, on Twitter, aka Twitter. I have it somewhere, but I'd have to dig it out. So I'd have to do that for you guys and then have it on another stream. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, you know? I mean, I can tell you this. No victim is going to be alone, you know? Yep. I was born at St. Elizabeth's, which is a very small, like, religious hospital, I guess, you know? Oh, yeah, Sunny might have it in her shorts on her channel. Sunny Spirit might have it, yeah. You know? All right, let's see. Oh, you got to see it. You have to see it. You have to. His lawyer does. Let's be clear. His lawyer does tell him to shut the fuck up. He does. But he doesn't listen. You know? He doesn't listen. Also, he hired these attorneys specifically because he knew they would be yes men. They care really more about the publicity because they're getting other clients, other high-profile clients through the publicity of Aiden stuff. So it's worth it to just deal with his fucking shenanigans. And if he keeps burying himself, there's not really much his attorneys are going to be able to do. I mean, there's already not much that they can do at this point. Again, the new sweatshirt I made that's in the merch store now, literally, and we have it on the screen, right? Oh, hold on. Is this the front or the back? Hold on. I can't with this. It's in different colors, but it says Bederow letters now available in the fiction section. I mean, you put a fake legal condition in a fucking actual court document. I mean, how? I would be embarrassed as an attorney. That's like embarrassing shit. I don't know how anybody wouldn't be extremely embarrassed to do something like that. That is not normal for an attorney to want to do. Let's just be clear here, okay? It's just not. You don't put fake medical conditions in a real court document. That's insane. That's insanity, you know? And yes, he carries on like a little girl. That's what he does. And thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. But yes, his attorneys do tell him. At one point, I heard his attorneys were going to drop him if he didn't stop, but he just never does, you know? He never, ever does. He can't help himself. Narcissists can't help himself. They can't. They base everything on emotion, right? Everything's based on emotion. It's not based on any real life, you know, thinking anything through. It's based on ego and petty jealousy and automatically reacting to that. So he has no impulse control. None. Zero. You know? None. None at all. Not even a little bit. Right? I have a truth bomb. I see the truth bomb. Hold on. Sorry, I'm like choking on my own spit here. I see a truth bomb that came in. This one is from Esty, and it's 25, and it says, great show. Thank you for providing both sides with a safe and positive chat community. Truth bomb. Thank you, Esty. I appreciate you, my friend. He is mentally gone and he knows exactly what he's doing. I agree with you, Linda. 100%. Hey, Grace. Welcome. Gotta love the screen name. Jack loves your screen name, UK Cheese. Timu Gilbert Godfrey. No, I call him a wrinkly ball sack because that's what his face looks like. It looks like a wrinkly ball sack, to be honest. Okay? That's what it looks like. I actually gave nicknames to everyone. Sewer Turtle's always had Sewer Turtle, but yesterday he was Blunder Boy. Just called him Blunder Boy all day. I was like, "Oh, you mean Blunder Boy? That guy? The guy who makes all the blunders? Yeah, that guy. It's not Turtle Boy. It's not, he's Blunder Boy today. That's what it is. You're totally welcome, Grace. You're totally welcome. This is our Sunday show. It's a little more laid back and kind of just go, kind of going by the flow of what you guys want to talk about and what I'm seeing in the chat and, things like that. Well, he definitely knows exactly what he's doing. There's no, secret there. That's for sure. Well, that's the thing. It's not even like they're exaggerating. They're literally just flat out lying. And I think that's the part that irks me the most. Hey, Amber, that it's more that he's just flat out lying than exaggerating anything. You know what I mean? And I agree, they're just as bad. But I made nicknames, right? So Blunder Boy was what I called him yesterday because I was all fucking pissed off. I'm like, he's back this week with more exclusive evidence of nothingness. It said the translation to his exclusive evidence is he found, blurry screenshot from 2019 and called it breaking news. He says he's exposing corruption. Like, buddy, you can't even expose good lighting. Like, what the fuck? What? Like, every time the dude, shouts he has receipts, I feel like the truth must call, customer service for a fucking refund. Like, can I get a refund on that, please? Can I get a fucking refund? Can I get a refund, please? You want a nickname? You want a nickname? No, you don't. Yeah, see, these people just get blocked. Like, if you're gonna call somebody food stamp 5, maybe at least make sure that all 5 people are on food stamps. And also, there's nothing wrong with being on food stamps, but can I get some? I need help. I need help. Can I get some? Just wondering, asking for a friend. Just saying. Esty, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for becoming a member, girl. No, where did I put? Damn. No, I can't be responsible, Amber, for the things that sometimes fly out of my mouth. I just can't. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Sometimes I just say shit and I tell you guys I cannot be responsible for the ridiculous, nonsensical things that fly out of my mouth sometimes. Yeah, well, he thinks he's the most important person. Oh, I have read his reviews. There are people from years ago that say all he cares about is clout and entertainment. It's funny because I knew somebody that I was telling the story the other day that had him as an attorney and ended up firing him. I can't stand the adoration of such a rude man. Me either, but also because he hurts so many people, Yeah, I mean, I think Tom should have gotten away when he could have, I mean, I don't know how you keep following somebody that lied about you and did whole streams on you simply because you exposed him and then he lied about that. You know what I mean? Oh, Jethro's a big baby. He's a big baby. He's Jesse's fur baby. It was very sweet and very supportive. And thank you. Yes, thank you to Esty. We appreciate you. Amber's like, I want a nickname. Give me a fucking nickname. Everybody's worth it. Everyone, kept saying it to people and nobody would believe me. They thought I was crazy. They were all it was awful. So it's not worth saying what he really is, but I'm so glad you're saying it live. Well, I've been saying it. I just feel like nobody's been listening really, I've been saying this. My viewers who have been here a long time know, I've been saying this for a while. This isn't new for me, Oh no, never apologize, never take, anything off the internet that was actually false, make any retractions. He doesn't know how. He cannot admit anything. It's everyone else's fault but his. It's always like this. It's this person's fault for breathing. It's my fault for existing. It means more money for them. Yeah, but at the same time, it makes the case unwinnable, No, he can't deal with people knowing that he did it wrong. That's why you're exactly right. Linda. He has to hide it because he can't deal with people knowing it. That's the problem, you know? I can't be responsible for the things that come out of my mouth, Amber. I can't. I can't. But that's the thing. She was friendly to these people and they treated her like shit. You know? It's just shitty to do that to someone and treat people that way. You are green. We got lots of green today. Lots of green. Right? My kid, my 35-year-old toddler eats a lot. He's a big boy. You know what I mean? Like, fuck, man. At least make sure you're making, like, you're accurate. When you're not fucking accurate, it just doesn't hit right. You know what I'm saying? I've been saying it probably even longer than that. You know? Yes, old wrinkle bald sack face. That's who he is. You know? Right? I think everyone deserves a hug. Everyone. Everyone needs a hug once in a while, man. Everyone. I don't care who you are. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. When that came flying out of my mouth too, once again, I cannot be responsible. His face was on screen and his forehead had all these wrinkles and his whole face just looked like a wrinkled ball sack. That's what it looked like. I'm sorry, okay? It's a little vulgar, but that's what it looked like at the time and that's what popped into my head and I cannot be responsible for all the things that I fucking say, okay? It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Well, they are scared. That's also their steady income stream. I don't have a steady income stream, right? I don't make a ton of money. So I've been here with you guys 3 hours and 42 minutes, which is longer than I normally do. And let me see. We got, I think it's close to $100. If you take that out in sections, that's about less. If I hit the 4th hour, it's less than $20 an hour, right? So it's like, what, like, if I was here only for money, I would have been done a long time ago because I don't have that steady stream of income coming in. They do, and so they depend on Aiden. And if they do not go with what he wants, he will trash them and they will lose a ton of money in viewers. They just will, right? All of that money goes away. You guys know me. I don't, even if you guys don't like what I say, I'm going to say what I believe is true. Okay? Because it's the right thing. Right? So even sometimes my own audience is probably like, "Oh, so you fucking serious?" Yeah, I'm serious because what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. I know there are a lot of people even in the anti-community that are like, you see Elise sticking up for people who are from Free Hearing. Well, yeah, if they were fucking bullied and threatened, it's wrong. If I only call it out on one side, what kind of person am I? Also, again, I was a volunteer advocate and still am and have been for 18 years. I don't pick sides on, well, this person liked this person and I didn't, so therefore I'm not going to stick up for them. Like, no, that's not how I roll. It's never how I have rolled. It's never how I'm going to roll. It's just not, it's who I am, right? Like, it just is. Like, and anybody who knows me in person, like Benny, like Ashley, Jesse, like a lot of you guys know me in person, like, like where my heart is. It's always over here, you know? If I have $50 and my neighbor has no food, I'm going to give them 25, even though I need food. Like, that's just, it's just how I was raised by my grandparents before foster care and how I am, right? Like, cool. We'll be fucking homeless together. We will be poor together. Like, no one suffers alone. Bottom line, my dad suffered alone. And what did that get him? Right? He resides in this necklace because he felt clearly so trapped in life that he couldn't go to someone and say, I'm struggling. So instead of telling somebody he was struggling mental health wise, he took his own life. And I will never forget what the police station told me, which was my dad chose the most painful route to take yourself out, right? A gunshot, you're just gone. There's no pain, right? My dad chose hanging, which takes minutes to die, minutes. And I think about all the pain enough pain he felt in life that he couldn't come forward to someone as a man and ask for help with all that mental health he was suffering with and all the trauma that he had not told anybody but my mother about. And I wish he had just said something, right? So I have a motto here. Nobody, and I don't give a fuck who it is, nobody suffers alone. No one. because that is preventable. That is a permanent solution to a temporary problem, right? Period. And then I have this video of Aiden telling this guy to kill himself after he, trashed this guy online. That hurts my heart like so much. The kid's like, I'm going to harm myself. Like, thank you, A-Lot. We appreciate you. That's a big dono. Thank you so much. But Aiden's like, do it then. Stream it. And maybe some of you haven't seen that video, and that's a couple years ago. But again, he writes an article about this person. Clearly, this person is in some, in the shittiest part of their lives. And he gets them to get on this stream because that's what he used to do, right? He used to say, well, I'll take it down, or I'll, try to take it down if you could come on my show and convince me why I should take down the blog. And so these poor people would get up there and beg him. And it made them look ridiculous. And that's what he was doing. They would beg and plead with him to take it down. It was affecting their lives, their children, their spouses. And these people are begging and pleading him. And this one guy is like, I'm going to harm myself, right? He basically says he's going to himself. And Aiden goes, you won't do it then. Do it. Stream it. And the guy's like, no, that's what you want. You want people to harm themselves because that's what you're doing. Like, that's how I feel. And Aiden's just egging him on to do it. Like, that's the kind of person that people are pandering over. That's the kind of person that you want to follow and send money to. But he wants everyone's pity when he's going through a mental health crisis, like he did after that. As a matter of fact, he told everybody he was having a needed mental health break, whatever. And it's like, you're talking out two sides of your mouth, dude. Okay. Listen, I don't just say shit. I also give the action, right? So I don't just say that I support people when they need help. I do it, right? You can say it until you're purple in the fucking face, but what are you actually doing? What are you actually doing? Are you actually following through and having an action on those words or not? There's no action with him for anybody but himself, and it's unfortunate. But this is where I hope people will wake up and just stop following somebody like that, because they don't care. They don't care about anyone. They don't care about anything. They care about themselves. It's the money, it's the greed, it's the fame, it's the fortune. It's not actually stopping to think about the people that helped maybe get him there in some way, shape, or form, and give the appreciation to the people who are helping out. It's expecting it. And then speaking to people like that, the people who are donating to him, if they say something he doesn't like while they're donating, he goes off, starts flipping out. Like, you could, even if you don't agree with something someone said, you can answer it politely, or you can just bounce them out. It's not hard, right? It's not. Now, I'll answer some things and maybe I get loud a little, or I'll troll a troll once in a while. But the way he does it, it's screaming, it's yelling, it's calling them all these crazy names. And it's like, you don't even know who this person is. You know, it's a name on a screen. And you're over here being like, you're a fucking, a whore and a, what? You don't even know this person, Oh my God, that would be, he would demand he's going to demand his 26 cents from the cup that I made that says sipping on turtle tears. Yep. It was very awesome of you, A-Lot. I appreciate that very, very much. Right? I'd split my last mac and cheese. Oh, that's kind of you, Linda. Right? Right? I love beach. Sit in that beach. You can sell toe rings. Fourth quarter, Pats. 25-16. Yeah, you're a journalist now, Carol. You are. Yep. You are a champ. I can tell you're like that. I'm like that. I'm so non-selfish. Never have been. I'm shocked at how many people see. I think selfishness irks me just because I'm not that way. It's been a lot. My dad passed when I was 21. I'll be 39. So it's something I can now talk about. But for a long time, it's something that I couldn't talk about. It was something that I didn't like to talk about. And because my biological dad is still alive, and he's very sick, so I don't know how much longer, we'll have him for. And I didn't meet my biological dad until I was an adult. So my stepdad is the one that adopted me when I was 4 and raised me like his own until the day that he died. And, I share it because other people have been through it. And sometimes they feel like it's something they can't share or relate with other people. And I want them to know that there is someone that understands. There is someone that can relate to that. I've been through it. I know what it's like. I know what the feelings are afterwards. I even know now you still asking all these years later, why, right? Even if they leave a note, even like why, just why. See, there are other people who have had it happen. And so like if you open up and tell these stories to people, more people feel like they can relate. More people know that they're not alone, right? And that at least they have one person they could go to when they're feeling sad about it. And that person will understand. Relating to another human being is a big way to get over trauma. It is. It's a huge way in coping with it. And I think everyone should be able to relate to someone in some way and have someone they can call or talk to or text or video chat when they're feeling just shitty. That like you're having a shitty day, it's shitty, like you just want to, And you guys know that my messages are always open for that. Always. They're never closed, they're always open, you know? See? It's something that people don't talk about, but that happens. It's not nearly talked about as enough as probably it should be, you know? No one walks alone. I love that. Yeah, see, mine is just no one suffers in silence. No one so I should actually make a sweatshirt that says that. No one suffers in silence. Because that's something I've been saying here for a very, very long time. Well, yeah, facts. If he's a journalist, like so is everyone else. Just saying. That's the truth. And Cookie Monster and Oscar the Grouch are journalists as well. The Count. He counts and then he says and he tells the Sesame Street. That has to be journalistic, no? Like, come on. What he did to Jen O'Donnell is disgusting. Yeah, I forgot to James Jackson says he's a journalist. I forgot about that. He's learning still, he says. Yeah, you know what I mean? Everyone's worth it. But yeah, what he did to Jen O'Donnell was terrible. Terrible. It was awful. It was terrible. Mowing the lawn, girl, it's raining here. We couldn't even do that here if we wanted to. He's an award-winning journalist. Me too. I win the award of being the fucking wittiest sometimes. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He was making it up to get her to talk to him. And that's the other problem. Is he suicide baited her after she said, I need space. His immediate response, because I've seen these texts, was, no, you don't. And then he called a million times and she did not answer because she wanted him to leave her alone. So then he sends that suicide baiting video. Okay. Forcing her to then talk to him again. And then he says he broke up with her. You forced her into dealing with you after she had tried to break up with you numerous times. I don't call that you breaking up with her, sir. Stop it. I mean, that narrative that he spins is so insane to me. I don't get it. Like, joking around, one lawyer being dumb about law. Well, there's always going to be attorneys that aren't so great, Yes. There's bad doctors, just like there's bad lawyers, just like there's bad chefs. You know what I'm saying? It was awful. That was awful. And I reached out because I felt like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like who does that? That's horrible. Yes, it's 99% women. It is infuriating. It's beyond infuriating, Joan. It's beyond infuriating for me. Beyond infuriating, right? You're my TT sports journalist, man. Like that's what you are, Carol. bully, I'll allow it. And that's okay, like people watch all sorts of other stuff. I felt so terrible. I talked to her when she was in the hospital. Like, how do you keep going at someone who's telling you like that's where they're at? You know what I mean? Why? Like, why do that to someone? Like, that's the kind of people we're talking about here, where they don't care who they hurt, It's awful. He did start asking. She is someone who was in the free Karen movement a long time ago. And it was awful. It was awful the way they attacked her. And again, simply because Aiden's petty issues with people that have no real basis in any reality. I think she was calling out some really unbecoming behavior of a Reed family member. And because it was a Reed family member, she was silenced very quickly. They attacked very quickly. That's not okay. You know what I mean? Actual civil rights leaders, we should be able to say all people equal aid and all your rights finna disappear if I can't harass and defame people. Ma, my civil rights, ma, right? That's what he sounds like. Ma, my civil rights, my First Amendment, ma, nobody else's, ma, ma. Right? See, that's the thing. If my best friend was alive in those moments that I felt like that, where I wanted to cry and sit in a corner, she'd have been here, and she wasn't. So I'm going to tell you that was hard. Not having her, not having someone to just run over here when I need them. It's tough, dude. It's tough, And when you don't have a car, I don't have a car. So it's not like I can drive to my friends who are, far away. So it's not like I can drive to them either. So it's just tough, It was horrible. It was awful. It's awful. Yeah, that was a while ago that they did that to Jen. It's, it is what it like. This is the stuff that pisses me off. I'm sure it did because it's if he's gonna do it to her, he's gonna do it to anybody, and that's the point, right? That's the point. People are human. You do not have the right to make humans feel that way for no reason other than saying truth that you don't like. Hey, Cammy. Hi, Elise channel. I can tell you're a kind soul. I do support Karen Reed, but Turtleboy is repulsive and I cannot stomach him. I like to listen. It's interesting to hear both sides. I've heard a lot of that lately. Thank you, Cammy. I appreciate your donation and you're more than welcome here. They're the real deal. Love them since I spoke live on their stream. Mentioned TTI have been trashed on every channel. See, that's not okay either, Carol. That's not okay either. Well, that's what Eden does is punch down. That's all he does is punch down, I know it's going to pour out for the next 3 days. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. God damn you, Massachusetts. Yes, anybody can get a hold of her through me as long as she says it's okay. No, he's not sane. Definitely not sane. Definitely. Thank you, Cammy. We appreciate that donation. It was very kind. No, it was other people. It was other people that were just being assholes. 25-19 now, 11 minutes left. She had to go to the police station. I'm going to text her in a second. Totally welcome and see how it's going. Hey, Frank. Maybe somebody dropped off a package with a dead turtle in a jar. Yeah, so she's with the police right now. Oh, thank you, Donna. So yeah, she's been with them for a minute now. I mean, this is sick shit, but this is the stuff that we deal with behind closed doors usually that you guys don't know about. Like, it's not normal. That's not normal by any stretch of the imagination. Not even a little bit. Yeah, it's on Twitter. You should be able to find it or check Sunny Spirits channel. You might be able to find it there quickly on YouTube. Just type in Sunny Spirits with an S. Spirits. Wait, is it Spirit or Spirits? I don't know. Check both. Check both. I had to think about that for a second. There are plenty of channels that don't make you choose sides. Like Oblivious Benson, she believes Karen is innocent. Like Elise says, she's guilty, but it's cool and chill and it's not pushed on you. Well, we all have our opinions, right? We did. We all had our opinions. Oh, when I was in New Hampshire. So much fun. Melissa, they said I could call back anytime. But JT said, after my call, I sounded drunk and with a downer. I was hurt. Yeah, that's not cool. I can't drink because of kidney disease. My meds make me sound like that. But that's not okay. Like, why does it matter what someone sounds like? I don't get it. That doesn't make sense to me. They used to try to say that my voice was raspy and it was from smoking. Like, no, my voice has always been this way. Sorry, not sorry. You can call me raspy voice all you want. Sorry, not sorry. Hold on a second, guys. I have... Oh, where is it? Where is it? Did I scroll too far up here? Hold on. Looking for something specific that I had written down. God damn it. Where is it? That's not it. Maybe it's over here. Oops. Nope. Nope. Is this one it? No, that's YouTube. Hold on. Nope. Where the hell did it go? Oh, here it is. I found it, I think. Hold on. I found it. I think I found it at least. Oh, yes, I did. Okay. I wrote down all the nicknames that I named these people, so I just wanted to. Well, that's because it's like, why? Why do we need to attack each other? Like, can't we all have discussions, you know? Well, it's bad if he gets confronted, of course. You remember when he flipped out about that, but then after that, he threatened the attorney general to show up at her kids' games. Like, yeah, keep the same fucking energy. That's what I'm saying. Like, come on now, you know? Thank you, Emily. One of the guys over on the, I think she meant JJ. It was me, James Jackson. Yeah, I've heard of it. I haven't had a chance to sit there and watch an entire stream of hers, but I've heard she's pretty chill, you know? Oh, that guy fucking irks me. You know, all the anger. Like, how do you spew that much anger? You know? How do you spew that much anger and then you're just like okay with it? All the freaking creators know Karen's because they're making too much money to say otherwise. Well, that's, I mean, a lot of them just go with what their, you know, again, their audiences come from Aiden. So if they don't keep up on what he says, then that's it for them, you know? Oh, he was on the call-in. Got it. What? I don't even know what that means. Nobody should get criticism for calling in to shows, dude. It doesn't matter what you sound like. That's so crazy to me. You know? Oh, he was on the panel. You know? It's crazy to me. Nobody should ever listen to Erica ever. She's a fucking bully and a liar. Pretending like she didn't know shit ahead of time. Like, no one should ever listen to her, period. Some people get nervous. It's their first time calling in or their first time. Like, can't we be kind? Why? Even the hosts, like, why are we making fun of the way people sound or look? Like, what if that was your mother, sister, brother, like niece, nephew, like grandmother? What the fuck is wrong with people? You know? Like, what is crybaby? Like, it's better than being a fucking liar now, ain't it? You know? It's better than being a fucking liar. That's for damn sure. I would love that, you know? I would love that. I would love that, but not everybody is, you know, down with having the whole live stream thing because again, it's public and, you know, it gets opened up to other people playing it and giving criticisms and saying mean things and like where I'm used to that, I run a channel, you know what I mean? Not everyone is, you know? Oh boy. Yeah, no, you're not doing all that. You got to take a train or a bus or you can't be walking. That's way too big. I mean, I guess you could walk, but it might take you a couple days. No, nobody should go through that. I have serious liver issues and I was born with a bad liver. So I'm dealing with that and I have for a long time. So believe me, I get it. You know, I get it. I get chest pains all over here all the time. It feels like a stroke or a heart attack because I have myocarditis. Believe me, I get it. Serious health issues. I totally understand. I also have arthritis, tinnitus, fibromyalgia, rheumatoid arthritis, POTS, like the list goes on and on. So believe me when I say I totally understand, you know? Exactly. You can agree to disagree. See, that's the thing. People can agree to disagree on any subject. Any subject. You know? Oh, Aiden's attorneys irk me the most, probably because they're attorneys, right? Remember the same people that, yeah, that's the other thing. You're the same people sending in super chats and supporting these channels. Like, I don't get it. That makes no sense to me. And that just shows me that people do not appreciate that they're being supported. And it irks me more than fucking anything. More than anything. Right. Like, you love the fucking money though, right? I mean, maybe it's because I have had those issues or have those issues, right? Serious disabilities. My daughter has a terminal illness, you know, like I've dealt with domestic violence, I've dealt with addiction, I've dealt with being in foster care, I've dealt with being homeless and being in shelter. Like I have dealt with quite a bit in my, you know, 39 years of life. And maybe it's because of all that I can sort of understand a lot of it. I don't know, you know? I don't know. Maybe that's it. Sorry guys, I just needed to answer that real quick. Yeah, that happened. I mean, but again, why keep following somebody that's doing that stuff? She knew. She 100% knew. She 100 fucking percent knew. 100% knew. I mean, maybe they're starting to listen now. Let's hope so. because I've been saying it for a while. Oh, Charlestown to East Boston. Yeah, no, you're not fucking doing that. You're not going to Charlestown to East Boston. Right? How are you going to do that exactly? You're going to walk through the tunnel? You're going to go over from whatchamacallit Street to Meridian Street all the way over to the Charlestown Projects? Like, what the fuck? How are you going to do that? How are you going to walk there? I would like to know where that route goes. You know? Some people do Sunday dinner. We don't. We kind of do like a Sunday community, I guess. I don't know. We do a lot of stuff with our neighbors. But I used to love Sunday dinners with my grandparents. I'm not going to lie. Miss them for that, you know? I mean, that's the gross part. Like, why is anybody bullying anybody? I saw it. I answered. Right? That's the other thing. I teach my kids to like sit with the kid that's sitting alone and like not be a bully, not be a freaking bully, you know? Right? Hustle on the harbor. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch. Hopefully, I'll be able to sit down at that point. But you guys want to hear? You guys want to hear my nicknames I gave out to the sewer squad, right? I call Timothy Bradle yesterday. I decided his name is Timmy Briefs, not only for his Superman Duntana underwears, but because he filed so many fucking meaningless letters to the court, the judge thought he was probably applying for like pen pal status. So he is now Timmy Briefs. And I imagine he probably wears Superman Duntanas. And if you guys don't know what Duntanas are, they're the underwears that like toddlers wear, you know, for boys, not for girls. I should be specific. For boys, where they have like a big character on the front and they're like the tighty whities. Those are Duntanas. Duntanas. Duntana. That's what we call them, Duntanas. Duntana. You know what I'm saying? All right. So next we have Mr. Bederow, which I love to call Marky Motionless. You know, Mr. Marky Motionless over here has legal motions that are like diet soda, right? A little bit like diet soda. It has all fizz, but no substance whatsoever. None. Zero. None. Nada. Underoos. Right, underoos. Someone does need to stick up for the underdogs, and that's why I'm here, right? Ooh, Sunday roast. That sounds so good. I haven't had a roast in, I don't even know how long. Oh, see, some people still do it. They still do it, right? And of course, I told you guys about Blunderboy. He's Blunderboy, you know? Blunderboy. Dude's the one who claims he has like exclusive receipts, and then you realize he's screenshotted his own text messages or DMs again. Those are your exclusive fucking receipts, right? Like that's your exclusive receipts, guys. And then we have the conspiracy sidekick, the Glazer. I mean the Glazer, right? Keeps promising truth's coming. Maybe it's stuck in traffic. I don't know. It must be stuck in traffic. Talks about truth coming, and then he completely sweeps it under the rug and acts like it never fucking happened. Like, is it stuck? Did the truth get stuck? Is it beep beep? Is it in traffic? Like, what's happening? What is fucking happening? Oh, yeah. And then we have the opportunistic commentator, right? We have that. So, yeah, we call Miss Jess Misquote the opportunistic commentator because her idea of fact checking is waiting to see what gets the most clicks first. That's how that's working. Like, and I give you the sewer squad, y'all. The sewer squad. Oh, don't feel guilty. I read all the comments. I mean, unless you guys talk back and forth to each other, but even then, sometimes I like to read them. Just because. I'm at the bottom anyway. I'm not missing any. I'm at the bottom. I'm not behind now, thank God. Ooh, the rice in the middle. Those were so good, though. Those were so good. Those were delicious. All right, let's see. Ooh. Yorkshire puddings. I never heard of that one. I'm gonna have see you guys tell me about stuff I never even knew existed. All right. I love that. I love that. I freaking love that. You guys get me hip to stuff I didn't even know about. All right. Stuff I didn't even freaking know about. Breaking news, guys. Timmy Breeze filed another open letter, which ironically closed the judge's patience. I'm kidding, he didn't file anything. Close the judge's patience. Put him. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he needs to go fuck himself off. I'm going to say it again. I suggest he doesn't do a story about the other New Jersey victim. I'm not going to say her name because her name's been said enough, but I suggest that he doesn't. It's just my piece of pie there, because I just mean this little sneaking suspicion that she possibly might file charges. And I mean, I would if I was her, so that's how I could guess. But it wouldn't be very smart of him, I think, to keep fucking running his cum catcher. I'm just saying. You know, he has no content. It's exactly. Frank's right. He has no content. You know, he has no content. It is, but still, you know, it is. It's bottom line. Yep. Yep. It's always women, right? You guys, it's always freaking women. Like, we're not here to mock people. We're here to mock fucking behavior, right? If the shoe fits, I mean, well, we'll read the fucking motion to strike it on there next Sunday. Like, this is just bullshit, dude. Like, fucking Blunderboy's new podcast episode has been fucking submitted to the fantasy section of Apple Podcasts at this point, right? Oh boy. I can't with him. I can't. I mean, he doesn't listen to anybody. The Glider. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was a good name for him. Again, Truth apparently with him got stuck in traffic, so I don't know. I mean, this is with these people, it's the fucking court of ridiculousness. Okay, it's absurdity. Like, his legal strategy is at this point like a performance art piece, like with paperwork. I can't. Like, it is the stupidest fucking thing on planet Earth to keep going after people, especially in a state that has already decided like your shit is serious, that your behavior is terrible. Why would you keep? I mean, it stands to reason that you're an absolute idiot when you keep going. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Between Aiden and his attorneys, like, I feel like they've like invented an entirely new fucking legal term called the motion to waste everybody's goddamn time. Like, I'm just saying. We know you're scared. This is what I'm saying. This poor lady doesn't even leave her house. Like, that is just goes to show, you know, goes to fucking show what the hell we're dealing with here, you know? Cheeky liar. I can't be responsible when I get mad for the things that fly out of my mouth. I'm just saying. Right? I'm just saying. We don't defend liars here. We depose them. Oh, you know, I have a friend. My friend Tracy lives in Texas, and I want to go to Texas so badly. I would love to visit Texas again. That would be so fun to actually like have a vacation there one day. One day I'm going to get to Texas. One day. One freaking day. I'm telling you. It's terrible. You know, it's terrible. I do help people from all over the country. So I help people from Texas, but usually it's on the phone or chat. You know, it's unfortunate. I don't have a car either, so it's not like I'm driving all around town here. If I had one, that would probably make my life 10 times more, you know, effective. But unfortunately, I cannot afford $3,000 to $5,000 for a Fred Flintstone car, and I would take a Fred Flintstone car right now if that was an option. I don't blame you, Good. The way the way he treated anyone that wasn't up Aiden's ass is just gross. You know, it's just gross. It's gross. It's just gross. Like it's not okay. You know, it's not fucking okay. You're not alone. You know that. I tell you that every day. You are not alone. You'll never be alone. Never, ever. Never, ever, ever, ever. Ever, ever, ever. All of you are family. This is the family. This is the community, the family. You're never alone, my friend, ever. You know what I'm saying? I would love to go to Texas. There's a lot of you in Texas. I would love to go to. I'm telling you, I'm gonna have to try to plan something for maybe next year to go out and see Tracy and visit her there in Texas. She's like, I gotta take you to all these different places that I go to. You'll love them, and I would love to just be able to relax and hang out in Texas. So if I do go, I absolutely will let you guys know ahead of time for sure. And for anybody that hasn't already, make sure you email me. That way I have a way to contact you. Or send me a message on X, on Twitter, or on Facebook so that I have a way to contact you. Trying to see if there's anything. Let's see. I know. I don't like to, first of all, I don't like to ask, number one. Number two, I live kind of out of the way of everyone else I know. Everyone else lives closer to Boston than I do, and I don't live that way anymore. So it's a hefty, thing. Let me check in with Ashley real quick and just text her and see what's going on and make sure like she's all right. And, hold on. Let me see. He's such a fucking piece of shit, dude. Like you got to talk about Natalie. Like you clearly have no content at this point, right? Like you have to have no content at this point. But God, I have so many text messages. So many people. I have to like type her name in because I'm. Gonna text her. Make sure she's okay. All right. We'll wait for her to respond here. Conspiracy dog walk. We're going on a conspiracy dog walk with Linda. Well, at least she is. Well, we had a conspiracy bathroom break too. Ooh, what's the score? Carol's my official. She's my official journalist for the Patriots game. I don't know if Donna's in our Discord. I don't think so. We do have a Discord. We have lots of support there, 24/7. There's always someone awake. Always, always someone awake. Just know that. Always someone awake so that when you can't sleep, okay, Pats are winning, and you're just having anxiety, there is almost always someone in the Discord because we have people from all over the world. And so there are people who are in different time zones and it's daytime during the time it's nighttime here. So you wake up at 3 a.m. and you're not feeling too, good about life. Right. And you just pop in there and someone's always in there. I hear you, girl. Listen, I probably wake up like 10 times a night. It's usually closer to like 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the morning. I sleep like shit because of my PTSD, unfortunately. Haven't heard back yet, but it's only been about a minute, so I want to make sure we give her ample time to answer so we can make sure that she's okay. I mean, I cannot believe somebody sent this to her house. This is crazy. Like, or walked it to her house. First down. like dropped it at our house. Like it's literally like a dead baby turtle in a jar. Like what the fuck is wrong with you people? Like, does that seem normal? You know, like does that seem normal to anyone? But again, this is the kind of crap that I've been dealing with for 3 years. This is the kind of crap, you know. Well, you're 2 hours behind. Oh, that's right, right. So now it's it's almost 4 here. It's 3:50, 56. We've been here 4 hours and 21 minutes. That's a long time. I don't usually do these long streams, but you guys were kind of just flowing, so I stayed. You know, usually I cut it at like 2.5, 3 hours ish. So it's like another extra added hour and a half here. And we're about to end it real soon, but I just wanted to make sure like we could maybe hear from Ash before to make sure she's all right. If we don't hear from her, I'll send an update to make sure you guys are, not worrying. I know that she had to go down to the police station. I know that, she was okay, shooken up, but she was okay. All right. We're going to wrap up our stream, guys. It was amazing day. I love you all. Love your stinking faces. If you want to make your last minute donations to the channel, we can definitely use the support. Again, we're independent and, we speak truth and we say the things that they don't want us to say. They don't want us to say. They don't want you guys to hear. That's the bottom line. And so in order to keep doing that, I need all of you guys' help, right? And so if you can, we would be absolutely appreciative of any and all donations to the channel. We also have an Amazon wish list. If that's the way you choose to support us, and thumbs up with the like button, share. That always helps for my people who are restreaming, who are streaming later on, and you're on the replay crew. They know they can make donations too, and then we'll just read them in the morning. So you have a bunch of different ways to do so. It's on the screen. You have Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Revolut, and then there's a link over in chat at the top. It's also in the description of the video where you can click on it and enter any amount and use credit or debit. I appreciate all of you. I love all of you. I love your stinking faces per usual. And I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Bye, everybody. Love you all.